the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Crazy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite within the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack. Now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Such a tune. I really don't know when I'm going to get over that song, but it ain't soon. Okay, I'm rhyming a lot lately, as in today. Let's get our X-Man going. How is everybody doing? I've got Shippy. Don't know if you're still around, Shippy, but he gave us some spray bottles, which is warranted because we're still doing a heavy political subject, aren't we? We're doing more on war. What is it good for? Hey, Dildo. How you doing? There is a new feature on StreamYard. You guys can be on chat. Has a little bar that it can show up on. I think they obviously tried it. Yeah, they I don't know why they decided to add that now, but here you go. It's a beta thingamajiggy. Let's get our video out. Get that closed. Oh, I still have to get my music as well. You'd think I would know these things by now, but not really. But there we go. Play. There we go. Background music for you all. Is it fine? I didn't touch the settings, I swear it. So did everybody recover from the black pill that was yesterday? Yes or no? Let's get our screen up. We are continuing Bill Crystal versus Scott Horton. Horton here's a Scott. I mean, Horton here's a Crystal. Get your jokes right. Okay, let's go over here. All right, wakies. And I've got the transcript up, although I need to figure out where we're at in the transcript because for some reason it's not giving me... It usually goes to the place I was reading previously. But anyway, basically the thrashing of Bill Crystal continues today because really, considering what we got from Bill yesterday was, well, the day before in the first session is not that great. It was just a bit of, yeah, I guess intervention's me, but I agree with it, and that's basically his argument. I agree with it, and it does help us to stay away from nuclear warfare. There's that, but that's about it. And considering what we get from Scott, yeah, Bill's argument just does not. It falls flat. Hey Sherry, good to see you. So the anti-war stuff really plays well. Look at all of this, and it's nice and structured what he's done. He literally, his most powerful argument was listing regime changes. Basically just all of this interventionism that then actually didn't end very well. And sometimes America swapped its support. It seems like it was very inconsistent. So yeah, the argument is very strong right now. Is Mad here? Hi, Mads. What's Gucci? Just dropping in to say hi. I'm finished my workout. Need to go shower. Yeah, you stink. I'll check back in when I'm done. Enjoy. We'll probably only have started then. Anyway. Okay. So yeah, we got 30 minutes in. I think we'll definitely be finishing the formal part of the debate today. And then there's Q&A. I think what we will get to see today as well is a bit of the moderator doing moderator things, which is not, oh, shut up, both of you, because you're yelling at each other. We don't have that. It's more like actually the moderator has to make Bill's arguments a little bit clearer to make for a better representation of the opposite side. Of the argument, because Bill just doesn't do a great job for it. So there's a few times where the moderator just rewords Bill's stuff for him and makes it sound a bit better. How would someone effectively deal with this tactic? Even if all of Scott's examples were total BS, you wouldn't have more time. You wouldn't have time to address each one. Exactly. It's a gish gallop. It's just here, and here, and here, and here, and you could try and tackle one of them, and then you would have to sit and fight over this one. Over this one for what? It would take more than 10 minutes of your time. Basically what he did is just use all these examples and just saying, he's done the thing of like, show me a good example of interventionism, and then I'll show you all of the examples of bad ones. So it's very hard to deal with this tactic in this format. But I mean, if you're gonna have an 8-hour podcast, like say Sitch and Adam, maybe you could deal with that. Thing is with Scott, he isn't throwing out shit examples. No, I think what Waffle was saying is just like, even if that was the case, there isn't much you can do. You would have to sit and fight on each one. And you can see he's done that in examples, whereas Bill's just done a general sprawl of arguments. It's he said this is why it's good, but he didn't give examples of the goodness. He's like, oh, it's good, and no nuclear war. And he didn't really work for any of the weight of each of any specific one. Here, the weight of each example is heavy on its own. And then after a certain point, which I think is like 1, 2, 3, then 4, 5, 6, it gets exponentially heavier, and you get more and more fatigued by this list that he's giving us, which is very effective. Does Dildo censor you? Does YouTube censoring you? Oh, he's the one who's welcome in all the powerful circles and good standing in DC, so he ought to be able to have considerable recall for all the conflict he advocates for. You're talking about Bill, yeah. But it seems like Bill's like, yeah, well, it's messy, but it's fine. It's still good overall. That's basically his argument, is that it's overall it's good. It's good for the country. It's good for the countries involved, and it's good for America. So let's just continue with the slaughter, I suppose. I just need to figure out where we're at, and then we can keep going. We've probably got about... Yeah, he does go over time because he's got so many examples. Remember, I think it was like at 17 minutes or something. He can't defend any... This man has made millions of dollars advocating for war over the years and can't defend any of them. Yeah, he can't. And that completely explains the disdain that Scott has, the personal disdain that Scott has for this man. He's not just approaching the arguments, he's approaching the man. He does say my opponent, and it's not just ad hominem attack, oh, you're just a bad guy. It's like, no, my opponent supported these things. So it's not like I'm talking crap about him. I'm telling you facts about him, and this is why you shouldn't like him. Yeah, and that's quite compelling, I'd say. Okay, let's Where am I at? Leading directly to the rise of murderous drug cartels. Okay, let's just see drug cartels. Okay, in that country. And a massive child refugee crisis at our southern border. Daisy, please come and say hello while I'm aware of you. While I'm not typing. There she is for you. There. That little white sliver is Daisy, and there's her bum. And will you go into the drawer? No. As soon as I start talking, I can be sitting quietly at the computer. If I'm just using the mouse, she won't be interested. But as soon as I start talking, it's very much so she has to be here. She's like, okay, stop. Here you go. Yeah, the Daisy Show featuring Kitty. Okay, Washington Post. What did you do, Daisy? Honduras. Okay, we're there. Unipolar moment. Wait, Honduran. How am I far off? Crimea. Where are we at? Child, I have to go again. Drug cartels. One little nudge from yeah, no, I would never spray her for that. But one little nudge from her, and we're out. Okay, there you go. Okay.
Karl Gershman even threatened regime change in Moscow itself.
Okay, this is okay. You should be at 20. Just go 21.
In the East, which has killed more than 10,000 people and unnecessarily ratcheted up tensions with the other most powerful nuclear weapons state on the planet. Then National Endowment for Democracy head Karl Gershman even threatened regime change in Moscow itself in the Washington Post in October 2013. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton famously blessed the Honduran coup of 2009, leading directly to the rise of murderous drug cartels in that country and a massive child refugee crisis at our southern border.
Okay.
The American establishment had its so-called unipolar moment at the high water mark of U.S. influence to lead the world into the brave new future at the turn of the millennium.
I think he's at the end of his list, right? So he's kind of concluding here. So if I go here. Oh, Daisy's going to the loo. She's going to have poop zoomies again. This could be his. This is because we had an intro, I suppose. There, let's review, and then the wars. This intro. Okay, so if I close this here, then create a new one, and it's kind of. I think it is his conclusion, but he's talking about this unipolar moment, right? So let's see. Or is it maybe let's just see the unipolar moment. Oh, the watermark. Sorry, the watermark of American high watermark mark of US influence. So there was this influence that they had on the world, and they didn't use it well. That's basically where he's going with this. The American establishment had its so-called unipolar moment at the high watermark of US influence. So it was able to, could have led the world into the brave new future at the turn of the millennium, but it blew it. So this is where I'm like, okay, I don't need people to be crazy pro-America, but I wonder how Scott feels about you're talking about there's eroded nationalism, I suppose, eroded pride in America and all of that. How are you contributing to it? Are you helping America find hope again, or are you just kicking it down and keeping it down? I think the rabid nationalist people who think America can do no wrong would say that you are criticizing it too much. But yeah, I would hope that Scott is busy rebuilding it, rebuilding what is supposedly eroded by all of this war. Okay, let's see.
And they blew it. The U.S.
See, like he's like, they blew it, like that sort of thing. It's okay, it's bad. So this is his. These are. This is very poetic at the end here, like very effective rhetoric. Because you guys, it didn't do this, it did this. It didn't do this, it did this. So prepare yourself. Prepare your anus.
U.S. government has spread not liberty, but the tyranny of the majority.
Okay. So he's busy like, this is it. So the US government has spread not tyranny, not liberty, but the tyranny of the majority. So he's shitting all on the American stuff. I think it's realistic, but I do wonder if there's any positive stuff. I guess maybe we're just obviously going to be in the most negative view of America in this debate, I suppose. He's criticizing the neocons, not Americans. There you go. Okay, so not free markets, but corrupt crony contracting. Okay, so this is him criticizing the government. Yes, Daisy. Yes. Good girl. Good girl. What else? Not peace and security.
Not free markets, but corrupt crony contracting. Not peace and security, but mass sectarian violence and destabilization. This has led to
that also did the power. What's it? The rule of three there. So he did 3 examples. Not this, but this. Not this, but this. Not this, but this. Very repetitive, and that is convincing structure. That's what happens. That people will listen to that. And then we've got this has led. So all 3 of these things I put there. This has led to increased support for left and right wing socialism around the world. So he's like, listen, you're the cause for all of this shit. You've actually divided us because you've been sitting enriching yourselves, I suppose. There's a big difference between the American people and the American government. Maybe that's the problem.
increased support for left and right-wing socialism around the world in reaction. Liberalism and democracy in the
So left-wing and right-wing socialism is something we would probably need to talk about. Like, what do you mean? Are you talking about left and right-wing authoritarianism or whatever? But he's just getting to the point of, yeah, all of the divisiveness, all of this woke stuff, all of the issues that are polarizing people. It's you. People. This is brilliant. He will now tell. He's the center. They've actually corrupted the center, so people have to go and take extremes. Apparently, this is his view of the left-right spectrum.
broadest sense have been discredited as meaning nothing more than supplication to American demands or cheap excuses for our violent intervention.
Okay, so increased support for left and right-wing socialism. Hold on.
The economic crisis, cheap excuses, liberalism and democracy in socialism around the world in reaction.
Around the world in reaction. Okay. I need to make room for Daisy because we're not allowed to sit with our legs up. We have to sit like humans so that cats can sit on our laps. Okay. Jeez, Daisy, it's not even half an hour in and you're already being demanding. In you go. That's it. Here you go. Okay. Sorry, making me eat the microphone. Around the world in reaction. Liberalism and democracy in the broader sense have been discredited. Okay, so let's see what he goes to here. Liberalism and democracy in the broader sense have been discredited as meaning nothing more than supplication to American demands, cheap excuses for your violent intervention. So this is what's made liberalism not palatable anymore. It doesn't have a meaning anymore.
Liberalism and democracy in the broadest sense have been discredited as meaning nothing more than supplication to American demands or cheap excuses for our violent intervention. The economic crisis and refugee crisis resulting from our Middle East wars has led to the rise of the populist right in Europe, where they are ascendant in the European Parliament.
Okay, so he's this is actually something that Bill seemed to mention himself on his own. He did say, oh well, yes, there's a refugee crisis in Europe, but it's not America's fault. It's not like he just said, yeah, that's unfortunate kind of thing, and so he sees all of these things that Scott is pointing to. It's not like he disagrees that they exist. So he just says the conclusion that Scott has come to is not right. That's all that he says about it. That's all that he's given us, really. The economic crisis and refugee crisis resulting from the Middle East war. So obviously that is very reductive, resulting from our Middle East wars. It's like only one factor was involved here. But hey, we don't have time to go into the specifics or all the factors that are involved. The point is that there is an American factor there, and that is the problem. So even if you could identify all kinds of other variables that enhanced this, because what Douglas would say is, oh, everybody thinks America controls everything, America causes everything in the world. There's also other factions that do things as well. It's like, that's true, but you can't, as Dave said to Douglas, you can't remove America either. It's not a non-faction. It's not a non-issue in the world. It is moving in the world. And what these kinds of Americans want is for it to stop doing that, to just close ranks and protect its own soil. Okay, refugee crisis resulting from the Middle East wars has led to the rise of the populist right in Europe. Okay, I'm going to separate this. Hi, Daisy. They're ascendant in the European Parliament. Okay. Hello, baby. Okay.
The UK has left the EU, and the unraveling of the entire so-called liberal international order, even in the West, has begun.
Okay, so the UK, that's interesting. The UK has left the EU and the unraveling of so he's blaming that also on just what's the name? Liberalism is dying everywhere. Called liberal international order, even in the West, has begun. So now what? This was where I was at with this. It's not that I'm denying its truth. I'm just like, now what? Now what? What do you suggest? And he does give us brief suggestions. Brief suggestions, because he focused on his argument more than anything else, which I respect, which you would need. Okay. Daisy, I really need you to cooperate with me, baby girl. Okay. You are tripped. You stay on a lap. Okay. Okay, so the UK has left the EU, and the unraveling of the entire so-called liberal international order, even in the West, has begun. So I'm just going to say, Black Pilled Kitty is exhausted. But it's the truth. The truth is tiring. But I don't want to sit and just complain about it. I want to see what we can do about it. And I say we as if I've got some sort of say in it. I'm just saying what is the message you foster in a time like that? Do we just now retreat and go to extremism because the liberalism has failed us?
In your 1997 National Greatness piece in the Wall Street Journal, you wrote that the universal principle at the heart of the American ideal is a mandate to, quote, advance freedom, end quote, around
the fact that he uses this man's own words against him is always beautiful, of course. The what's the name? The fact is, he hardly remembers the things he said or written, and he doesn't need to. He's just never had to really defend them, because he's got that apparatus that basically makes all of the defense, all of the criticism, a conspiracy theory and crazy, right? We don't really need to engage honestly with the criticism, because why? You're part of the elite. So let's go. I'm gonna make this a circle because in the Wall Street Journal. Okay, so let's see what he does with this Wall Street Journal thing. Should I put this? You know what? We can do that. High watermark there. So and it messed up. Then we go Wall Street Journal. Okay, so he brings that up. You wrote the universal principle at the heart of the American ideal is the mandate to advance freedom and around the world. Okay, so I'm just going to take the quote, obviously, and quote around the world. Advance freedom.
The world, apparently by any means necessary for the world.
Okay, by any means necessary. And then he this is his judgment, so it gets its own block. Apparently by any means necessary for the world's own good, but means determine ends. Okay, for the world's own good. One over here. Means determined ends. And even if somehow waging violent coups and regime change wars across the planet could guarantee freedom for those people, it would necessarily come at the expense of those whose lives and liberty. This is the biggest thing for any American to try and get past. For them to really this key thing over here, violent coups, whatever. So if waging violence across the planet could guarantee freedom, it will cost the lives of Americans. That's really hard to get away. You want people to be nationalist. You want them to care about nationality, about where people come from, about their country. Then they're going to put American lives above other lives. And you're saying we're going to put our lives on the line for others, and that's just not going to be palatable, especially when it's young men's lives.
World's own good, but means determine ends. And even if somehow waging violent coups and regime change wars across the planet could guarantee freedom for those people, it would necessarily come at the expense of those whose lives and liberty our government is actually sworn to protect. Ours.
So this actually, let me separate this. Hey, Sparkles. Thank you for always making such a great entrance by complimenting me as soon as you walk in. Really appreciate it. How you doing, beautiful girl? Means determined ends. Sparkles is coming to throw some glitter on the war discussion, guys. Planet could guarantee freedom for those people. It would have necessarily come at the expense. Okay, so he has thwarted this idea, okay, already with all of his examples. So let me just go over here. He's in all of this. Let me put this here. Already debunked this idea, but posits another reason not to. He's debunked this idea, okay, but he's also saying even if it was true, there's still the cost of American lives. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna put this here. Here. Put that here. I think this is one of the favorite songs, people. Something wicked this way comes. Sparkles. Sworn to protect ours. Okay, so this over here is going to get a relationship here. This. So he's thoroughly whooped that thing's ass. Okay? He really did. With all of these examples there. But at the same time, he's like, fine, even if I then go and say, fine, this was all good and it did bring liberation, right? It did bring good things for all of those examples. We still don't want to spend our lives on it. At the end of the day, you are sending our troops out there, and our soldiers lose their lives on behalf of others. And one of the things that Trump seems to be doing as well is like, you want our soldiers to lose their lives, and then what? We don't get anything. We don't benefit at all. We just pay the cost, but we never get anything. And how dare America want something in return for involving itself in a conflict? It's like that I think is the it's a mandate for every nation. You have to. Yeah, Kitty, but nukes. Look, listen. Although nukes is a very serious thing, but if you could go, oh, just nukes, and then that, because it's so serious and so scary, that could have weight, a lot of weight. But then you're just like, yeah, but you're adding to the powder keg when you're fucking around in the world. So that could lead to nukes too. But then I guess the argument is, if you don't have a big alpha dog in the yard, everyone's going rabid. You need that alpha element that kind of keeps everybody else in line. Like, I can understand that, but you have to believe then that America as a bully works. Yeah, and the cost. Then you would have to say that the cost of American lives is better, is fine, I'm comfortable with it. And you would have to point to the what's the name? You would have to point to the benefits, direct benefits that America gets. And considering what Scott has shown us here, there's not much. You can just point to all the downsides, and I can't wait for Bill to try and rebut here. Okay, so Spence of those, this is one of my favorite points here, is that, listen, you're going to lose lives, American lives. At least Trump's not hiding behind all this spreading democracy waffle. I'm at least respect that. Yes, I think I respect that as well. That's what I, as somebody who would benefit from American benefits eventually, from American interference in Africa or something like that, right? And I say benefits as in, imagine it just after all the shit, I would be happy that America sorted stuff out for my country. Okay. Hey, today Cyril Ramaphosa actually is talking to Donald Trump. So anyway, so just let's pretend that. Even so, I know that my country has to be giving something to another country for it to receive aid. There's no such thing as, oh, we're friends. They talk that shit. They always do that in the news, and they try and speak about it in that way, that, oh, we have such camaraderie and whatever, and it's all lip service. But you do need to benefit your country. My country would speak to your country because why? Because it wants to benefit its people. Yeah, because it wants to benefit the government wants to benefit itself. But you know what I'm trying to say here. It's just classic imperialism instead of liberal neo-imperialism. Yes. There's actually a great, I don't know what number episode it is, but I just listened to, because we've gone back in the catalog for The Rest is History. So the history of the podcast, The Rest is History. Just look it up. It's cool. I'll put the link in the Discord. It's actually about the use of empire, the utility of empire, whether empires are inherently a bad thing. And it's a really, really great discussion. Like, it's a good question to ask yourself. Are empires inherently, tyrannical or something like that? And the historians have a nicer view of it because they see how history has been atrocious no matter where it is. So they don't have this moral finickiness that they're like, oh no, I can't say this or that. They're a lot tougher, these historian people. So The Rest is History. I'm gonna have to just ask my husband. We were listening to it on his phone. The Rest is History, on an episode on empires And I mean, they said they've only spoken about like 4% of the discussion. And it's true, but it's so interesting. Creamage! President of South Africa with VP Daisy and First Lady Gordon. Yes. That Don Kitty representing South Africans. If you guys are on Twitter, go and check my feed. I retweeted. There's a South African man that competed in a strongman competition, and won as well. That built different, boys. Built different. Go. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I think he's married. Sorry, I was gonna say Sparkles. Go after him. President of SA. Yeah. In exile. Yes, I was totally sent out. The only thing is that most of history is written by the upper classes that fare poorly when empires fall, and not the illiterate masses that may have benefited. Well, that's the thing, that they try and talk about that. They try and talk about the benefits and the what's the name, and the inconveniences. But it seems like a lot of the discussion actually surrounds empire being a form of civilization, really. But the thing is, when they get too big, there's a certain point where they can't expand. They shouldn't expand. And they do talk a little bit about expanding empires with technology. It's a different world now. So, sorry, I'm breathing very... I think it's because I've got too much caffeine in my body, but I'm taking another sip. Please remind me to breathe every now and then. I'm like a dolphin. Forgotten how to breathe. Okay. Protect ours. Okay, we're at that.
No wonder that here in America as well, people are moving to the socialist left and nationalist right, since the disastrous consequences of militarism and regime change are what
So he's basically, what passes for the center. So listen here.
passes for liberalism in the center.
Okay, so this is what you've given them. This is why people are going for extremism. It's kind of going back to the point he brought up over here. So they're protect ours. Let's put it over here. No wonder that here in America as well, people are moving to the socialist left and nationalist right, since the disastrous consequences of militarism and regime change are what passes for liberalism in the center. So we actually, if you want the center, the center is not palatable, so people end up going to the extremes. And that kind of was my instinct a little bit earlier, where I was like, what do we do? What do you do then? There's nowhere, everyone's homeless, so they're just going to extremism, because at least we stand for something there. The backlash from Bush's... Are you paying attention now, Sparkles? Sparkles, what do you think of war? What is it good for? The backlash from Bush's disastrous wars and the devastating... Okay, so this, I think, is just a bit more repetition closing off. I think he goes over time here, but I think he really did so well over here that he could have gotten to his conclusion a lot easier. But let's see what else he does here.
The backlash from Bush's disastrous wars and the devastating economic crash of 2008, a direct result of the Fed's militarism-friendly, easy money policy in the preceding decade, led to the disruptive and destabilizing presidency of Barack Obama.
Okay, wow. So this is how he views. He's giving us the, because you know, you don't usually, well, you're not supposed to say that Barack Obama's presidency was anything but perfect. Okay, especially because, you know, we otherwise we're talking about Trump, and Trump is a horrible, horrible thing for America. A direct result of the backlash from Bush's disastrous wars and the devastating... So this is how he gives a certain perspective of history. He's like, listen, this is what caused Obama's... Obama didn't just come in and deal with what Bush left him. Actually, his whole presidency is the problem because of Bush. So the backlash from Bush's disastrous wars and the devastating economic crash of 2000 are direct results. I'm going to actually 2008, so I'm going to put there. Direct result. I'm actually going to have to put you as a circle. A direct result of the Fed's militarism friendly, easy money policy in the preceding decade led to the disruptive and destabilizing presidency of Barack Obama. Thanks, Obama! There you go. How does this relate to religion? It doesn't.
His disastrous
No, it does. It will. Because we can talk about religion in relation to war.
wars and the so-called K-shaped economic recovery of his time in office, meaning bankers and think tankers paid by defense contractors did great, while the people on the bottom 3/4 of the economic ladder remained stuck.
Dead to me, kitty. No, don't. Shippy, no. You can just put cat emojis in the chat. You can put me on mute and just chill in the and talk about what you want to talk about. Be deranged in there. Hey fishy. It's the religion of Kitty. There you go. Be a priest of Kitty. Kitty. His disastrous wars and so-called K-shaped economic recovery of this time in office of his time, meaning bankers and think tankers paid by defense contractors did great, while people on the bottom 3/4 of the economic ladder remain stuck. Okay, so now he's doing all the conclusion stuff. Okay, guys, Shippy will be talking about his own thing in chat. It's the show inside a show.
In 2009, led directly to the election of Donald J. Trump, running as an economic populist and war skeptic over W. Bush's Donald J. Trump, stuck in 2009. Great. While the people on the bottom 3/4 of the economic ladder remained stuck in 2009.
Okay, so it's actually stuck in 2009, not stuck in 2009. Okay.
Led directly to the election of Donald J. Trump.
Okay, so it's led to directly to it's obviously always very simplistic because it's like it's the biggest factor. Okay, we can reduce it down to these things. Led directly to the election of Donald J. Trump, running as an economic populist and war skeptic. Okay. Cool. So this is like, it's your fault. Trump is your fault because I guess he knows that Bill does not like Trump. So it's like, well, Trump's your fault. So how do you square that circle?
Running as an economic populist and war skeptic over W. Bush's brother and Barack Obama's Secretary of State. His election was a reaction against the military and economic legacy of the preceding 15 years and its central liberal establishment champions, including the neoconservatives. And
okay, so but he's not kissing Trump's ass here. He's just like, this is just why Trump is there. It's not because Trump is so amazing. It's just this is why Trump won. Okay, and that's the problem. And he's pressing on the, I suppose, yeah, just not this one. For Bill, Trump is their fault. They can't be mad about it, outraged by him. Okay.
And who? A guy who built his political capital proclaiming on talk radio that Obama was a secret pro-terrorist Muslim from Kenya.
Okay, so this is more part of the explanation of how Trump got traction, I suppose. Again, quite simple, but for the purposes of this, why not? Sorry, he built his political capital, and a guy who built his political capital on this. So this is just how he decides to view Trump, who built his political capital proclaiming on a talk radio that Obama was a secret pro-terrorist Muslim from Kenya. In other words, your nemesis. Okay, so look what you did. You created this fertile land for Trump. In other words, your nemesis. Trump was. The transcript seems to have treated the word Trump like a swear word. It goes chirp. Chirp was exploiting your movement's previous cultivation of this sort of illiberal sentiment among Republican voters back when it was still useful to your ends. Cool. He's schooling them. He's cooking.
In other words, your nemesis, Trump, was exploiting your movement's previous cultivation of this sort of illiberal sentiment among Republican voters back when it was still useful to your ends, building support for the wars. Now that
it was useful to your ends, which was building support for the wars. So it all backfired. It's your fault. That's so humiliating. Actually, a humiliating point to make. This point humiliates him. Should be humiliating. Okay, that's quite a slam dunk over there. Good critical damage, I think. Critical damage done. Received. It should be. No kitty will not drag me back. I'm sorry. Okay, building support for the wars. Now that the anti-Muslim chauvinism of the American right is no longer useful, you claim the right itself is now. Okay, so what's next?
the anti-Muslim chauvinism of the American right is no longer useful, you claim the right itself is now the greatest threat to democracy.
Oof, that's a brilliant thing. So it's like, oh, you caused this problem, and then you this is how you're dealing with it, which is even more disingenuous. The disdain this man has for the government, it's palpable here. I'm like, woo. Oh, do you guys did a land acknowledgement? Please, that's generally one of the most retarded things they've come up with. What, the land acknowledgement? Yes. It's like, well, what we're paying some lip service, yeah? Give the land back if we're going to do this acknowledgement. Give it back then. No? Then shut up. Okay. Oh, Daisy, you are so cute. She's so cute, she kill me. Okay. Hey, baby. And I want to move my legs, guys. Like, my legs are folded underneath me right now, and Daisy's on top of my legs. And I am not comfortable, but I have to sit with this. Okay. Yeah. Look, that's Daisy. Sorry, what did you say? Hey, Rake. Good to see you again. But now you can accuse both the right and left as shamitic. As anti-shamitic. What, it's all a sham? I love a good pun, even if it's gonna be talking about anti-Semitism. We took your land. Now we feel bad. None of you are here, so it'll be white people. Let's just sit in our white people guilt for a minute here. Oh gosh, I'm getting spammed over here. Okay, I get you. I'm live right now, so there's nothing I need to do right now, right? Sorry. Admin, I feel bad for nothing, Sparkle says. Kitty's cause of death overdosed on Daisy cuteness. It's true. It really, oh god, it's impossible. You guys don't understand. You've got a safety mechanism, which is the webcam and internet, because there's a bit of a filter in place. But if you saw her in real life, absolute death. I was watching some architectural New Zealand show on YouTube, and the land acknowledgement BS was all over it. So pathetic. Oh, in New Zealand. Oh god. And there's like, yes, Daisy. Daisy's moving. Let's see if I can move with her. Oh, no! Don't go! Okay. No, Daisy. Okay, cool. I'm trying. What happened to the music? Oh, I didn't let it go. Sorry. It played once. Okay. Sorry, guys. For the scuffs in chat, everybody. Okay. Oh, goodness. Okay. We lost her. Daisy Cam is not a good thing. It's not a possible thing. Because she just never stays in the same place. Flippin' hell. Okay. Dildo pretending to feel bad about things is how you become morally superior. Science! Yay, Shippy, you see, you can talk about such things. They're building multi-million-dollar villas on stolen land. Okay. That's kind of worse. That's almost worse. Like, just no. We are acknowledging that it's stolen and we ain't giving it back. Nah. Come look here. Like, okay.
If so, this is the nationalist movement the neoconservatives have done so much to cultivate and promote.
Oh, so good. Okay, now the anti-Muslim, greatest threat to democracy. If so, this is the nationalist movement the neoconservatives have done so much to cultivate, to promote. This is your fault, essentially. You created. Your fault. So yeah, this kind of stuff is scolding, really.
For bin Laden and his friends.
For bin Laden and his friends were few, but would-be enemies who happened to be Muslim were many. Okay. Let's see where he goes with this.
Were few, but would-be enemies who happened to be Muslim were many.
Okay, this is explaining their tactic, why they did this. Were few, but would-be enemies who happened to be Muslim were many, so we needed them to be against Muslims. Okay.
So Bush and the neocons supported the worst sort of right-wing populist nationalism in America, especially with their wink and nod approach to the Muslim-hating hacks on AM talk radio.
Okay, so this is his example of how this was done, how this was fostered. So he's not just saying, "Oh, it's your fault." He's like, "Look, this is how you did it," including how this sentiment was fostered. Okay, he spends actually more time on this than I remember. When I think the most powerful part of his argument has already been deployed. Okay.
It was central to Karl Rove's plan for his permanent Republican majority. That was a big part of why my opponent was so determined to bring Sarah Palin on.
Okay, so this is the criticism section, the personal criticism, I suppose. It's like I gave you the specific examples, but here I'm just going to have a bit of a, not chastising. Chastising is a different tone. This is not scolding. This is calling out. He's calling them out. So, neocon supported the terror. This is what you did. What's this? It was central to Karl Rove's plan. So this is also part of this point. For the permanent Republican majority. That was a big part of why my opponent was so determined to bring Sarah Palin on board with John. So now I'm just going to put here just more, not shaming, more calling out bad behavior. I think this is where this is getting personal. It's like it's not just, oh, this is what the policies did. This is what you did, sir. My opponent. That's a big part of why my opponent did this. That was a big part of why my opponent was so determined to bring Sarah Palin on board with John McCain in 2008. See, he does. This is exactly how he does it. We're going into exact actions that he took. She could get the rubes excited and afraid to keep them and continue to convince them to support McCain, neoconservative doctrines. Okay.
On board with John McCain in 2008. She could get the rubes excited and afraid and keep them and convince.
Oopsie. But you see, that's what happens when you have a speech. You could stumble over the words that you've written instead of just going and repeating yourself. So I'm not gonna give him shit for stepping over himself. She could get the rubes excited and afraid, and keep convincing them, and convince them to continue to support the McCainian neoconservative doctrines behind the long war in the Middle East. Okay. Shooey. Is he going to reply to any of this? I'm going to put lines from what Bill says to what he addresses, right? If he addresses anything in the rebuttal part. He speaks with such passion. Just like you.
Them to continue to support the McCainian neoconservative doctrines behind the long war in the Middle East.
Look, that's very passionate. The long war. He even said long war. You see how he expresses himself?
It's why your friend Frank Gaffney pretended to believe that a small Sufi mosque in a building down the street from the old World Trade Center site was supposed to represent the Muslim enemy's triumph over America. Or that.
See, I really don't think he needed to go all the way into this. He spends a lot of time on this, and then gets like, he gets past it and he says, "Oh, sorry, I must have read it faster when I timed it at home." And it's just like, yeah, okay, this is really indulgent. I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying it's indulgent. Kitty, I hate you've drawn me back in. I didn't do anything. It's him. It's Scott that is small. So what are you going to tell me about this, Shippy? Seeing as you're drawn back in, just as you thought you were out, I drew you back in. So what's your opinion? Do you think he's being indulgent here? Tell me. Sparkles says, "Pfft." Okay. Thanks, Sparkles. Sparkles is giving us the commentary. Oh, Kitty spray. Oh, sorry. I'm being sprayed over here. Okay. It's why your friend Frank Gaffney pretended to believe that it was small Sufi mosque in. See, like this point, I don't think we needed it, but it's just like you could use this at another. I don't know. It's just. It's kind of like kicking a dead horse. I don't know. How dare you? I'm asking you for more than. What are you puffing? It's sprinkle some sparkle. It's why your friend Frank building the street from the World Trade Center site was supposed to represent the Muslim enemy's triumph over America. Okay, and now he's got another one. Like, I want to put this in. It's really necessary. Or just indulging in insults. In ridicule, I'd say. Like, in ridicule. Like, is he really gonna... No, I wouldn't respond to this. But if you got into like proper debate brain, this is something that people would land up fighting about. I'm divorced him. Oh, he's small ship? No, Shippy's a big ship. or that the 50 states needed to pass emergency legislation to protect us from enslavement. And I remember that being something that was scary. That was a while ago. Very long ago.
That the 50 states needed to pass emergency legislation to protect us all from enslavement under Sharia law.
It's pretty funny, like, considering what's going on in the UK, but okay.
This deliberately deceptive campaign did much to make the right worse. Now,
So it's your fault. It's all of this deceptively liberal campaign that was the whole point he's doing. It's a nice writing tactic. He goes and puts all of his pieces together and then puts the conclusion at the end there. All of this, so if we just go and put a summary together, all of this, then we just repeat what I've done, what I've spoken about. You have just made everything worse. You made the right worse. Ugh. I just want to see. Yeah. All of that made the right worse, and that's basically what he's trying to say. So he hedges. Daisy? Experiment. Look, there's a daisy. Say hello, do. Say hello, do. Okay. Or is he gone now? He started it. Oh, how did he start it? Okay, thanks for pressing caps lock somehow. Sharia law is redundant. It's just Sharia. No, I like saying law. Like chai tea. Okay, deliberately deceptive campaign did much to make the right worse. Bum bum bum. And then
the centrists are terrified of the populist right, accusing them all of being neo-Nazi white supremacists, including
chai tea slaps. It does. I need to get that chai tea powder. Okay, now the centrists are terrified of the populist right. Okay, but you said the centrists are not palatable. The center is not palatable. Center is where is warmongering. But suppose now he's talking about the actual people in the center. Okay. Now the centrists are terrified of the populist right, accusing them of all being neo-Nazi white supremacists, including many tens of hundreds of thousands of men and women who are resentful veterans of the wars. Oh, he wanted to put that word resentful veterans in. It's a nice term. It's a good term. Resentful veteran of the war you lied them into. Oof. Very poetic. You lied me into a war. Okay.
including many tens or hundreds of thousands of men and women who are resentful veterans of the wars you lied them into. And in turn,
just keywords. Resentful. Lied. Hey, this is not. Yeah, okay. Who changes my keyboard around? Keyboard layout UK. This is US. Lied them into. Yeah, lied them into. Daisy. Daisy. Pretty girl. See on my lap. Now I have that damn song stuck in my head. This is fine. An enlightened centrist. That's what I want to do. I want to just say everything is fine. Lied them into. What you lied them into? Because if you're enlightened, you know how horrible and sordid the world is, I suppose. Then what do? Now the centrists are terrified. Okay, we've got someone else. In turn, he goes, in turn.
The populist right is terrified that the war on terrorism is now being turned against them as the Department of Homeland Security redefines violent extremism to mean almost any political activity outside of the two major parties. The people.
Okay, that I remember was more of a problem at the time, if you remember, like, you know, the people that were having school meetings, they were calling the parents terrorists, or, you know, like that sort of thing, insurgents or something like that. That the CIA needs to watch them or something. The FBI needs to investigate the parents that were at these parent meetings. That was the vibe that was going on then, if I'm not mistaken. So like parents who don't want explicit sex in school books are terrorists. Remember? Okay.
People in return resent the power of the establishment, which so despises them even more.
Okay, so this is the black hole. It's the deepest pit, and what I recall is him giving maybe a little, like 3 or 4 sentences of what we need to do. But damn, this is really, really bumming me out, okay? Because listen, the people in return resent the power of the establishment, which so despises them even more. And now the average guy is supposed to believe that the last quarter century's greatest opponents of American empire, such as Mr. Crystal and Dick Cheney's daughter, Liz herself, Nevada Hawk, blah, 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 they are destroyed. Who's buying that? So here we go.
And now, the average guy is supposed to believe that the last quarter century's greatest proponents of American empire.
Sorry, I need to put the power of establishment, yeah. This is quite a big chunk. People return, let's go back.
Supposed to believe despises them even more. People in return resent the power of the establishment, which so despises them even more. And now, the average guy is supposed to believe that the last quarter century's greatest proponents of American empire, such as Mr. Crystal and Dick Cheney's daughter Liz, herself an avowed hawk and promoter of torture, are the last principal defenders of the old republic they destroyed.
Jesus. It's a proper... Oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad. So the average guy is supposed to believe that the greatest proponents of American empire, I'm going to put such as Mrs. Crystal, Dick Cheney's daughter, Wild Hawk. Here, I'm going to break them up. And the way he just puts that in there. Oh, by the way, she's happy with being tortured. Oh, yeah, such as Mr. Crystal and Dick Cheney's daughter. I'm putting them in different boxes because it actually hits so hard. Century's greatest proponents of American empire, daughter Liz herself, an avowed hawk and promoter of torture. Just by the way, can you imagine Trump saying that? By the way, she's a avowed hawk and promoter of torture. Yeah, people are telling me. But the way that he says it is it hits. The last principal defenders. Okay. And you've got to remember these guys are the last bastion. You've got to believe in them. Oof, it's disgusting. It's despicable. It hurts. Oh goodness. Ouch. Just ouch. Like, ow, 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 ow. I don't have anything else to say other than ouch. Who's buying that? I think he says. Who's buying that? Who in the world is naming their kids Dick?
Who's buying that? Engagement, leadership, primacy, preeminence.
This is quite funny because, okay, I'm going to go back to this over here. I'm gonna give it its own little bubble. But this is pretty funny because it is these words were used by Bill. This engagement and what were used. So he came there prepared. Scott came there prepared, and used the exact words. He knew that these were the words that Bill would bring up. So he goes engagement, leadership, primacy, preeminence, hegemony. These are this so scathing. Just everything is scathing here. It's on fire. These are just euphemisms for world empire, with the USA in the position of the hated British. Oh, this was pretty funny. It was the hated British. The USA was against empire, remember?
Eminence, hegemony. These are just euphemisms for world empire, with the USA in the position of the hated British that our forebears had led the world in overthrowing. The doc.
Okay, so is empire evil? That just ask yourself: is empire evil? He's quoting the words that the neocons used. Yeah, it's so scathing. I'm just going to put scathing.
Doctrine that the middle part of North America should be or could be the dominant military and political power in Eurasia and indefinitely is crazy on its face. And plus,
it's crazy on its face. Okay, it just makes them see these statements are like okay. I guess you're indulging further. I need more. I liked more of the concrete stuff. Now you're just being a dick, which I suppose it's if this is what you think. I guess you're going to take the time out to properly thrash someone, I suppose. I guess. But like, yeah, okay, it's very uncomfortable, and I preferred the factual stuff. I know this is all facts, but yeah, just the scathingness of it. I'm like, okay, I get it. You're indulging your darker side here. Why not? Because you can use your words, because you're not actually advocating for killing people. You are anti-war, so you're going to be this angry. Self-licking cone. Ugh. Just a racket. That's a favorite word for empires. A racket, protection racket. In other words, a government.
the whole thing is really just a racket, as the soldiers call it, a self-licking ice cream cone.
Okay, hold on. Political power. This is just another way he's expressing it. Very own definitely crazy on its face. And plus, the whole thing is really just a racket. Scathing, indulging in some, what do you call it? Some more, because it's warranted when you hate what someone has done to your country. Okay, he's properly angry. Other words, a government is self-licking code. A government program creating its own disasters. It must then attempt to solve. That's a good way of wording it. It's just put into such a scathing remark. It's just like, let's think about that.
In other words, a government program creating its own disasters it must then attempt to solve. No nation on earth threatens the United States.
This is where I might be a bit skeptical, because eventually, maybe when you are the only guy, you're all by yourself. Maybe you aren't so tough anymore. I don't know. This is another point he's making, is that, well, we're such big boys. No nations on earth threatens the United States, but that's because of the current world order. I don't know if a withdrawn America remains this big boy. I really don't know. I think that this is where Bill did cover it later on at the end here. We can't count on it in a world that's entirely hostile. So if we are not friends with everybody, if we're not friends with some people in the world, we're enemies with them all, and we would become entirely hostile to the rest of the world, and that is a problem. So no nation on earth written, but I think what he's thinking is, well, if you take your resources away from all these wars, and you just focus on your own country, you'll be fine. You will increase in power. So that's the counter argument there. No nation on earth threatens the United States.
As Ron Paul once told the Washington Post, we could defend this country with a couple of good submarines.
Okay. I think what I would add there is, yeah, okay, but we could spend our defense budget on ourselves. we could focus on ourselves. We could remain a big boy, but only in our and stay in our yard. Basically, we don't have to go and fiddle with everybody else. Like global dominance, yeah, you don't have to go and assert your dominance on people, but you're going to need to remain dominant. You're going to need to keep strength.
The U.S. Constitution does not authorize this posture of global dominance. The people of the world do not want it. The American people's costs are in the trillions, and our gain is non-existent.
So this is his conclusion, really. It reminds me of one of the only things Bill will even respond to, is that he's like, actually, the people do want it. That's basically what he gets to. No nation on earth, the US Constitution not authorize this. And what else? The people of the world don't want it. Okay. People of the world do not want it. Let me just put this here actually as a outro. I think it might be an outro, but who knows? It takes a while for him to get to it. Paste, no notion on air. The people of the world don't want it. It's like a conclusion, really. Not outro, conclusion. People of the world do not want it. The cost is... The Americans' people's costs are in the trillions, and our gain is non-existent. That's the main argument he's been giving us. It's nice to have a sentence that just gives us the main argument anyway. We suffer the terribly destructive inflation. Okay, so this is the economic thing.
Suffer the terribly destructive inflation-generated boom-bust cycle and endlessly rising prices. The feds rifle through our internet and phone records. Our sheriff
So it's just part of things that upset him. Very political speech now, I suppose. He does sound like a politician here, like at a rally, because he's pressing all the emotional things. Suffer the terribly destructive generated boom-bust cycle, because of course we're going to have that boom-bust cycle is something he brings up again. It's like, look, I've got a word for this. Endlessly rising prices. The feds rifle through our internet and phone records because that's the security state. Remember that. We're upset about it. Look at all these things, all the bad things about interventionism. Look what they do to us. Look what it does to us. There's no benefit. Like special operations forces at war in our neighborhoods. Okay. Time's up, Scott. He's supposed time is up.
Deputies act like special operations forces at war in our neighborhoods.
Time's up, Scott. Good. Yeah. Good. One more second. Go again. Yeah, one
more second. Go again. It's not 1 more second. Okay. We're on about 37 minutes almost. Watch how long he goes. He's got, and this is what he spent. Like this, okay, would have been fine, but the Dick Cheney stuff and whatever, like it's overkill. Actually, if you're going to be in a timed state. But anyway, he does get to go over time. Let's see when he goes. Let's see how he ends this. Oh, all the pieces matter.
Sorry, I'm almost done.
Oh, well.
And then he restarts because he goes back to the old sentence. Our sheriff deputies act like special operations forces at war in our neighborhoods. Okay, our soldiers is the next one. This over here was just like, okay, you didn't need to do this, but he wants to do the emotional stuff. So here, our soldiers come back physically maimed. It's real. It's real. It's not just, he's not over exaggerating. But maybe he could have gotten to this earlier. He didn't have to do the Dick Cheney stuff. There's a widespread feeling in America that liberty, justice, and fairness under law and cooperation. This is just so sad. I actually hate it. I hate how true it seems, and I resent him for this.
Our sheriff's deputies act like special operations forces at war in our neighborhoods. Our soldiers and Marines come home maimed physically and mentally, and more terrorists are motivated to attack the United States. There's a widespread feeling in America that liberty, justice, fairness under law, and cooperation and compromise through little d democracy is now untenable. Hatreds between sectors of society have become...
And I don't know, like, this is again coming to me, like I said, resenting him for this, is like, I'm understanding what he's getting at. But I'm like, you are adding to this. He's spitting, I know, but you know what? I'm like, okay, I need a bit more of a light at the end of the tunnel. You're just now you're going hard, and I would like to see what you want. What is your alternative? Are you just complaining? And he does have a few sentences. He spends a lot more time on the complaint than a little bit of the solution, but I guess that's the whole point. You don't need to convince us that you have a solution. You just need to convince us that there is a problem. That's what we're arguing about.
Much more solidified. More people speak of secession.
So hatreds between sectors of society have become much more solidified, and I don't think you're helping with that. That's what I mean by I resent him. That's all. But it's the truth, and I guess the truth will set people free. More people speak of succession and separation. The people are finding out hard way that you cannot have it both ways. Okay. What's both ways? That you're free and not free? There is no such thing as a limited constitutional world empire. There cannot be a balanced budget and a free, prosperous economy, independent major media. Okay, so you can't have all of it. The dream is dead. The dream is dead. Okay. I guess, yeah, it's giving I'm edgy, and this is all horrible.
Secession and separation. The people are finding out the hard way that you cannot have it both ways. There is no such thing as a limited constitutional world empire. There cannot be a balanced budget, a free and prosperous economy, independent major media, or a rule of law in a state of permanent war. We Americans, I'm almost done.
He's almost done. This is the part, I think, the last positive part. Okay. When he gets to if enough already, that stuff, that's finally where we get a little glimmer of light. But Jesus.
Give me just a sec. We Americans are losing our freedom in the name of forcibly spreading it to the rest of the world.
Oh, mamma mia. We Americans are losing our freedom in the name of forcibly spreading it to the rest of the world. It's a very emotional statement, but it's true. This is how you have to see it. Oh. I'm very uncomfortable with it, and I guess that's the point. That's what he wants. This is how Scott is in every interview. The guy can talk on and on for hours and just be negative and negative and negative, and I think it's exhausting, and I understand why it's effective.
Enough already. Let's defend America first, and all aggressive wars and covert interventions in other nations. Abandon our empire.
Okay, so okay, enough already. Let's defend America. So this is what I'm talking about, the solution. Let's defend America. And of course, that's the name of his book, Enough Already. Let's defend America first, and all aggressive wars and covert interventions in other nations.
Empire, and put the protection of liberty in our own country.
Abandon our empire and put the protection of liberty in our own country at the top of our political priorities. That's his solution. This is what he wants. So he can at least state what the alternative is. And then when we get into the conversation part of this this discussion, he actually has, there's certain things where he's like, oh, we can interfere covertly, kind of thing. It's these big wars is just not a thing. Then shared all of this because you can't. The only thing is you can't stay completely out of the world because the world will come to you. They shed all of this violent hypocrisy. We will be able to lead the world. This is the most idealistic thing he says is we'll lead the world in our example, which is actually quite a Christian thing to say. We will be able to lead the world in the only legitimate way we can by the benign sympathy of our example. That's his main conclusion.
Country at the top of our political priorities. Then, shed of all this violent hypocrisy, we will be able to lead the world in the only legitimate way we can, by the benign sympathy of our example. Thank you.
I mean, that's one point there. I think that's it. A beacon, yes. I feel like being positive about America's standing economy or foreign policy, just gaslighting, makes me feel like I'm crazy. I know what you mean. But I guess. Yeah, you shouldn't be lying to yourself. But yeah, I don't know. I guess this just got heavy for me emotionally. It just got really heavy. And I'm not even American. So I can only imagine, what does this feel like as Americans? Do you go, yes, what do you feel? Because this makes me just so miserable. Maybe it's because, I was sold the lie that America is amazing. And I want it to be amazing. I want it to be the greatest nation on earth. And I want Americans to be happy. I don't know. I guess, I suppose that's what makes me sad about it. What do you all Americans feel? To be honest, the country's fucked. I guess that's to be said. But then another thing to remember is that you're not South Africa and you're not Sudan either. You're not one of those. You're not the third world country. So there's that to keep in mind. It's going to make massive change in order to fix it. It's on a decline, I suppose. Like if I just overdose on heroin and my dad just killed himself, I don't know. True, but everyone else is more fucked. Yes. Everyone else is more fucked. Just that's what I'm trying to remind you guys of. Just overloaded on heroin and my dad just killed himself in 300,000 rand in debt, and I have some incurable disease, and and someone's telling me to keep going. I like I have been. Yeah, I guess it's annoying. The US is cooked and everyone in power knows it, and they're just robbing the rooms. I guess that's what's sad, because we see this and we expect it in our countries. In South Africa, you expect it. We expected more from you, United States. You were supposed to be what you sold us. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to defeat all of this. Yeah. So I guess it's sad. There is very little hope. Do you have hope in Trump? Do you feel like Trump is going to help you out? Or are you guys just feeling really crap? Don't worry, Kitty. The West is important. Is importing the third world. Yes, it is. Hollywood isn't real. Rambo's not fighting for freedom. Oh, my opinion: don't compare your country to other countries. Compare your country to what your country was yesterday. Oh God, if we do that, that's even worse. Because my country is just not doing very good. Feels like we're living in the late stage of the Han Dynasty and the Western Roman Empire. The optimism is gone and everyone sees the problems, but they never get fixed. Half the country believes their president was installed by Putin. They're making diseases in China with our money and using it as a pretext to shut down society and employ. Yeah, okay. So it's all shit, guys. So you know what we should do? We should just watch TV, I suppose. And not fight like hell, I suppose. Okay. Okay. Well, we're not done. Just so you guys know, he finished his speech. Very sad, very horrible. But now we're gonna have to see if Bill can try and bring any of this, bring any of it, if any of the light of America back, and I don't think so. So sorry for you. Let's close this. Fold all sub branches. Right, so we're going to go to the rebuttal. I should put like an overlay of just like, we'll turn off the light because we're just negative now. There's no light in the world.
Thank you. Okay.
And sorry
Pour one out for you, America.
for going over.
I'll drink some water. The mandate of heaven has been lost. Mm-hmm.
Bill Crystal, you get an extra 2 minutes for your rebuttal. But you
Don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product. Yes, do that because you have nothing else to do in your life.
you can take this podium for your rebuttal. Maybe.
Or you know what? I'm just gonna go and read my Bible. Be like, it'll be over soon.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
And that's another thing about history. It seems like it's always the end of the world for everybody. It's always the worst part. Nobody is ever going, this is great. This is the best. Everyone's always looking at the most negative part of their existence. Okay, let's see. The fact that we have people like Scott who are dedicating their time and their lives to talk about these things and are gaining notoriety for it is positive to me. Yeah, that's good, Joseph. I'm going to make some money and move to South America and open a compound with a hot Latina trad wife. There you go. That's the light that I want to see from audience members here. Okay, let's see. Let's do the rebuttal. Bill has been writing notes, guys. So let's see. What you got for us, Bill? And he's going to say, oh, it's a lot. There's a lot there. It's like, yeah. Because Scott prepared for this. He didn't just write a couple notes on the flight there.
Take it away, Bill.
Kind of a lot to rebut there, but I will.
2 minutes, Bill.
He gets an extra 2 minutes. Look at him.
That's okay. I think I'll just let the 2 minutes go.
Yeah, because you can't fill in those 2 minutes, can you? But people are laughing at you, boy.
You know, the Middle East is a very difficult part of the world, and we've obviously made many mistakes there. I think one of the mistakes we made.
Okay, so just hold on. Bill Crystal rebuttal to Scott. So what does he do? Oh, first of all, he's going to give up his 2 minutes anyway. Extra 2 minutes. Take it away, Bill. Kind of a lot to rebut there. The transcript says rub out. A lot to rebut there. That's okay. I think I'll just let the 2 minutes go. I know the Middle East is a very difficult part of the world. So there you go. We just use the word difficult. So compare this with Scott's visceral language, really. You know, our soldiers come back maimed and all of that scathing stuff. And you just say it's difficult. The Middle East is difficult. Okay.
Made was not pushing democracy hard enough.
Oh, and we've obviously made many mistakes. This is, again, we're just repeating ourselves. So, difficult, again, I'm just going to put difficult. Euphemism. Like, this is giving you don't ever have to Mistakes were made. That's exactly what he's saying. We've obviously made many mistakes. Obviously, yes, because he literally, look, we've obviously made many mistakes. Please see, Scott's arguments. Scott lists, yes, obviously, because Scott listed them painfully. But okay. I don't even know if that's spelled right. Anyway.
When we had real leverage, I'm not a defender of the Saudi regime.
I think one of the mistakes we made was not pushing democracy hard enough. Okay, so we didn't do it hard enough. Okay, this is just, honestly, this is what his argument is like. It's just, he has blocks and blocks of things, by the way. Okay, we made mistakes. One of the mistakes we made was not pushing democracy hard enough when we had real leverage. Okay, so that's actually stating this part, yeah, that when he goes, they blew it. Actually agreeing, again, seems to be agreeing with what Scott stated. Here, I'm going to put a line here. This, we said we had the influence, we had the world's ear, we had the watermark, and we blew it. So he seems to be agreeing. They did blow it. They did blow it. Okay. We had real leverage. Okay. I'm not a defender of the Saudi regime. So you see, the only thing he can do is just pick one of the many, many, many things that was listed and be like, I didn't defend that. So you see, aha. But it's not defending a broader argument at all. Because you didn't have a broader argument. You just said, I think it's a good thing. I think it's correct. That was your argument. Okay, so, okay, by the way, I'm not a defender of the Saudi regime. Cool. That's what he's also, it just comes off as so weak.
Was kind of mocked in 2002 when I said that I thought a consistent policy for freedom in that part of the world would anticipate and even.
This is so bad. In that part of the world would anticipate and even work towards the end of the dominance of the House of Saudi. Okay. And I continue to think I was certainly critical of both Trump and Biden's administration. Okay. In Saudi Arabia. Okay. This is just, you're just grasping. Wow. I don't even know where to begin.
And work towards the end of the dominance of the House of Saud in Saudi Arabia. And I continue to think, and I'm certainly critical of both the Trump and Biden administration for being too soft on MBS, for example, for arranging for the killing of an American resident, Jamal Khashoggi. So I've been, same with Sisi, same with Pakistan. I would be, if anything, I think in the Middle East, which is so difficult though, and which we...
Oh no, this is so much worse than I remember. You know what, he's speaking because he has to. You know what, look at this face, that is exactly it. Okay, this is his face. This face should show his mood. Let me just see if I can find. There, look at that. Oopsie poopsie. You know, that's basically what I'm getting here. And he's like, listen, just so you know, I wasn't always supporting everything. So he has to just grasp at that thing. By the way, I was mocked into when I said that I thought the consistent policy for freedom. This is word salad. Listen to this word salad. Okay, I was kind of mocked in 2002 when I said that I thought a consistent policy for freedom in that part of the world would anticipate and even work towards the end of the dominance of the House of Saudi. Okay, so he's like, look, I was again. Basically, he just says the same thing. He says this, that he's not a defender of the Saudi regime with more words. Just word salad. Salad version of his previous statements. It also makes up that, yeah, he's not going to take that extra time. Hence, he's not taking that extra 2 minutes that he's been given, because what's he going to say? A reminder. He isn't going to using his extra 2 minutes from Scott because he has nothing new to say. It makes me so angry. Oh, it makes me so angry. Oh, so and then he, guess what, boys? Guess what? Okay, says about Saudi Arabia. Cool. Oh, and by the way, I continue to think that I was certainly critical of both Trump and the Biden administration. There's this killing American resident. So he's got, I don't know what, he's like, look, here's my token of I didn't support everything. Look. Didn't support all of the wars, all of the war stuff. Look, I was critical. I was critical of people holding tokens of disagreements, like it's going to defend his position. It's futile. It's futile and pathetic, and comes off as pathetic. Like, I don't even know what he's referring to, and it still comes off as pathetic. Good lord. Okay. So I've been the same, and then he goes, oh, also, I've been the same. Look, here's another one. I would, and he's like, look, I also have one with Pakistan. There's also with and guess what? He goes back to the whole idea of the Middle East being difficult. I would be, if anything, I think the Middle East is difficult. Which is difficult, though. He's fucking floundering. Oh, it's disgusting. I would be, if anything, like, this is humiliating. Shame. It's difficult is such a cop out. It's not even a good cop out. It doesn't cop anything else. It doesn't do anything. I can't even take it. So difficult, though, which we look at and then we get understandably. Listen to this word salad. Oh my fuck. What is the point of even diagramming this?
Look at it.
Actually, I wanted to look. I want you to visually understand how lost the man is. Actually, that's why we need to diagram this. Okay, so we need to show. Okay, well, Middle East is a very difficult part of the world. I'm actually going to put, because he eventually gets it. By the way, he's just repeating himself. Just repeating. So just spiraling, actually, essentially. Just repeating, spiraling. Like, wow, bro. I'm going to put that solid line because that's literally what you're doing. You're just re-mentioning something. Wow. Night, Rex. Go and sleep. We're all gonna make it. Are we?
And then get, understandably, shrink from the consequences of really a kind of even liberal imperial role. And
what are you even saying? What is this sentence? Hold on. Let me just.
So we tend to put consequence in which we look at, if anything, I think in the Middle East, which is so difficult though, and which we look at and then get, understandably, shrink from the consequences of really a kind of.
So we look at the Middle East and we shrink from the consequences. It's just. It's not following on from each other. So it's not like I'm going, he speaks about this and then goes into the next point. No, he just says something else. He's just saying something else. it's difficult. We look at it, then understandably shrink from the consequences of really. I should actually see how many sentences he starts. Okay. We look at, then get understandably shrink from the consequences. So it's just that there's an idea. It's just an idea of shrinking from consequences. Okay. What else do we have? Of really kind of even liberal imperial world, whatever the fuck that is. Okay. What consequences of a liberal imperial world? Okay. And so we tend to pull back, and we tend to, for understandable reasons, prioritize short-term security. Okay, so here's another idea. Okay.
Of even liberal imperial
Hey,
world.
Theo.
And so we tend to pull
Sorry, Theo. It's just that this man is really not giving good arguments. He's just talking shit.
back, and we tend to, for understandable reasons, prioritize short-term security, peace, anti-terror, which is awfully important. You know, it's not.
What? You're just talking. It's important, okay? Which is awfully important, you know. It's not nothing. Here we go. Here's an argument, guys. We haven't had another 9/11. That's his argument here. I'll put it here. It's not nothing that we haven't had another 9/11 in 20 years. Okay, there's your argument, I suppose. That's his rebuttal. It's all over the place.
Nothing that we haven't had another 9/11 in 20 years. And we probably don't do enough to promote liberty and democracy.
Oh, we don't do enough. Okay. So I think this is giving what we did yesterday. What true interventionism hasn't been tried, right? True interventionism hasn't been tried yet. It's okay.
Mr. Horton didn't seem to acknowledge the importance of the U.S. Commitments in Europe and in Asia to defending democracies where they exist, to creating them where they didn't exist, to expanding them where they exist, and to the general peace and prosperity of both regions, which is not
okay. So you're ignoring the peace and prosperity, the general peace and prosperity. So you're ignoring. I guess this is his rebuttal, is that you only spoke about the Middle East, but he did bring in Europe and things like that. So Mr. Horton didn't seem to acknowledge the importance of the US commitments in Europe and in Asia. Okay, so apparently it does defend democracies that do exist. Yes, it does create democracies. Give us the ones it's created. Give us the ones where they were created and things went fine. Because he explained in painful detail how shit just went wrong everywhere they went. This did not age well. Defending democracies, yeah, exactly. Considering what happened in Europe, okay, or creating them, Europe and Russia, or creating them where they didn't exist, to expanding them where they do exist. This is just restating his previous argument that this is what we're doing, right? Where they exist, and to the general peace and prosperity of both regions. Lol. Okay. Where's the he literally? It's not that he didn't pay attention to it. It's not good enough. It's negligible. He pointed to bad consequences everywhere. And also, I'm waiting. Still waiting. This general thing over here that he's talking about. Still waiting for exact examples where this was effective and all for the good and worked out. I'm still waiting for that. You You haven't defended your argument in that way. You don't even have an argument. You haven't defended your position. You're just like, no, we should keep trying though. We should keep trying. It didn't work, but we should keep trying.
Something that had marked them historically for the preceding part of the 20th century when we weren't involved much.
Okay, weren't involved much. So, there was more turmoil there. So there was more turmoil there, and now there isn't. Therefore, good stuff. Okay, when we weren't involved. Okay, much, much, because we've always been involved. Okay, it's not as if we've never not been involved in the world. Okay, we've been involved in the world and very consciously chose not to be involved in the world after 1918. So he's repeating his argument. Okay, just a general, hey.
It's not as if we've never not been involved in the world. We've not been involved in the world and very conspicuously chose not to be involved in the world after 1918. And we saw how that worked out. Now, maybe it's not the same, and we could have done things differently, and it wasn't inevitable that what happened in both Asia and Europe were to happen. But I think one at least has to somehow sketch out.
Okay, so we could do something different. Maybe it wasn't inevitable. Okay, he's acknowledging that history could have gone differently. Good on him, but it doesn't really help anything else. So that worked out now. Maybe that's the hell that worked out now. Maybe that's not the same, and we could have done things differently. Again, it's just this cop out. We could have done things differently. Mistakes were made.
How our withdrawal from the world would not invite much greater aggression on the part of autocrats, much greater.
This is something that is a point he could be making. It's just that it's in amongst such word salad that you're like, where are we at here? Because he's like saying our withdrawal from the world would cause trouble is something that you could lean on, right? What happened in both Asia and Europe were to happen, but I think one at least has to somehow sketch. Okay. Somehow sketch if we were to remove out how our withdrawal from the world would not invite such a greater aggression on the part of autocrats, much greater oppression at home on the part of dictators. I think unfettered by any fear of US pressure. So this is probably the strongest he can get. Is we don't know what happens when the US there is risk. Essentially, there is risk to the US withdrawing, but I guess what Scott would say is no nation on earth will threaten the US. That's his stance. So he's already got a counter argument, and he's already set this counter argument out. Probably the only counterpoint. But Scott has already established that he thinks the US is beyond being threatened. He wants to at least try withdrawal because the risk of interventionism is higher in his eyes. Okay, so it's that they just differ on what they think would be more risky. It's better for us to be fucking around with the rest of the world than to walk away. He's like, what does this do? What does this do to there's no US sanctions? If there's no US soft power and there's no US hard power, what happens?
Greater oppression at home on the part of dictators, totally unfettered by any fear of US pressure, US sanctions,
because US sanctions, I'm sure that they would be okay with US sanctions. I'm sure that in terms of sanctions is a rather, I suppose, passive thing compared to literally invading a country.
US soft power, let alone US hard power. So I really think that would be a very bad world.
No, it would be a very bad world if America was gone. If America moved. So there you go, guys. That's his argument. So I really believe. He said really, so you have to believe him. Like, considering how eloquent Scott is and what he wrote, this is falling flat. I really think that's a bad world. Versus all of this emotional language. We as Americans are losing our freedom in the name of forcibly spreading it to the rest of the world. I think it's a very bad world. Like, I know this isn't this is the rebuttal, so it won't be properly prepared, but really this is what you got, because you got nothing else. You don't even have a well-worded argument to fall back on that you created earlier. So you can't just keep quoting your previous bangers, because you have no previous bangers. You just here. I think it's a very bad world.
At the end, Mr. Horton tried to sort of say, well, he's sort of vaguely for liberty around the world too, but actually it wouldn't be good for liberty around the world, and I don't believe it would be good for liberty here.
Okay, so if this is his argument, is that if we withdrew from the world, we, Western USA, at the end of the Mr. Horton tried to sort of say where he's sort of vaguely for liberty around the world too, but actually no, it wouldn't be good. Wouldn't be good for liberty around the world. I think I'll put this. It's still connected. He's still on the same point. Respect my libtard. My libtard.
For the reasons I briefly indicated.
Vaguely indicated. Sort of vaguely for liberty around the world too. Oh, but also no. But it won't be good for liberty. Actually, this wouldn't be good for liberty around the world. So, wouldn't be a good world. In other words, it's the same thing as saying it's not a bad. He's just repeating himself. Okay. I don't believe it would be good for liberty here. Okay. So he's just been accused of eroding liberty in the US. But he's like, no, it actually won't be good. If we withdraw, it won't be good for liberty here. This is completely against, completely counter to Scott, who has directly accused Crystal of eroding liberty in the USA. This falls flat. It's so horrible. How's your ass feeling? Because it's been handed to you. It's right there in your hands. I know for the reasons I briefly indicated. This, okay, he knows why. He briefly indicated it, okay. Re-indicate, tell us, educate us.
I do believe that it's not, well, I'll put it this way. The people who care a lot about liberty in the US really care about liberty, seem to me.
Okay, so stumbling all over the place with this sentence here. I do believe, so I know for reasons I briefly indicated this. So he gave us some reasons. Doesn't mention those. And then fragmentedly just goes to the next thing. Just, oh, by the way, indicated this. I do believe it's not, well, I'll put it this way. I'm just going to put you floundering. Okay. I guess I am being pretty hard. I know I'm not being too harsh. I'm not being too over harsh. I'm finding this is just not good enough. You need to be able to defend something as serious as wanting war. And you're just not doing it. And I need more from you if I'm not going to be furious with you.
I mean, mostly to be people who also care about liberty around the world.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I have to do this. The people who care about the liberty in the US really care about liberty, okay? Okay, let's see if he's getting into a greater point. I'm really annoyed. Let's put it this way. People who care a lot about liberty in the US really care about liberty. Okay, and then what's the next thing? Seem to be mostly to be people who also care about liberty around the world. Okay, so if you care about liberty in the US, you care about it in the rest of the world, is what he's trying to say. Okay. Okay, that those 2 points do track. Okay, so if you're an American, you care about liberty all over the place. He's decided that that's what you should do, and then they could differ somewhat on how much we can do. Okay, but people care. He's just like, well, people are always telling me that we should bring liberty to the rest of the world. It's kind of what I'm hearing here.
World, they could differ somewhat on how much we can do, whether as Joe Biden thinks we should withdraw from Afghanistan.
They can differ on how much we can do, and then he's just going to talk here. Oh, whether as Joe Biden thinks. Okay. This is waffle. Yeah, we should withdraw from Afghanistan and use more diplomacy. Okay. Waffle.
And use more diplomacy and hopefully not have to fight Middle East type wars. I'm uncertain about that future.
And hopefully not have to fight Middle East. I'm uncertain about that future. Okay. I agree with him on the other hand to maintaining the alliances in Europe and Asia. Okay. This is that you're not arguing, you're not rebutting anything, you're just saying stuff. But okay, let's get through it.
I agree with him on the other hand to maintaining the alliances in Europe and Asia. But I would make this point.
I should hope you make a point eventually. Nitsi, you would make this point. What's the point? I would make this point to talk to actual liberals, small liberals, people who believe in liberty around the world, to talk to actual Democrats around the world. Okay, so this is one of the points he does make is, oh, well, the people that we are helping, they don't want us to leave. They don't want us to leave. Okay.
Talk to actual liberals, small L liberals, people who believe in liberty around the world. Talk to actual Democrats around the world. How many of them want the U.S. to withdraw? Even the ones who think the U.S. has been unwise in their countries, and I've discussed this with many.
Even the ones who believe the U.S. has been unwise in their countries. This may be an argument, but basically all that your opponent is going to do is say it's not true. He's going to say no, there are no people that want America to step out. But you can find people that are like, no, it's absolute. America if America doesn't get involved with Russia and Ukraine, there's going to be a disaster. There are people that are like that. And I've discussed this with many such people, often in the Middle East. In Pakistan, the answer is, well, the answer isn't if you just left things would really get better. So it is a counter argument, but it took him a while to get to it. And it's just because of just how badly articulated everything else is and how much waffle happened before, this does not hit hard at all.
Many such people, often in the Middle East, in Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, don't think the answer is, well, if you just left, things would really get better. Quite the contrary. It's that we're not doing the right thing. We're not doing things carefully enough. We're not being intelligent enough in the way in which we promote liberty. Those are all fair points.
Those are all fair points. Okay. So, but it's never just get out, huh? It's never just get out. And I don't think, and he even this is already dealt with, this argument. Even if he brought it over here. He said, even if is it over here or over here? Where is it? It was like, even Scott said, like, even if we did bring freedom to everybody, we are still losing lives. We are still losing we are still losing American lives, and that's not worth it. So this point has already been counted. Those all fair. So this relevance point, because Scott has already brought up the death of Americans, soldiers, and cost to the nation as not being worth it.
And the idea that somehow any people, real people around the world, whether it's, and I thought it was unfortunate that Mr.
Unfortunate. What a fuck. Okay. Fair points. Real people around the world, whether it's, and thought it was unfortunate that Mr. Horton repeated in effect pro-Putin talking points. Oh, that does he think that's? He obviously wrote that on his pad there, that it was like, hey, that's a pro-Putin talking point. It was unfortunate that Mr. like he does a bit of a word salad. But the idea of somehow any people, real people around the world, whether it's, and I thought it was unfortunate that Mr. Horton repeated effect pro-Putin talking points about Ukraine. Like, wow, haha, there you go. Look, guys, he said a pro-Putin thing. I sympathize with the Ukrainian people who were invaded by Putin's Russia, and the idea that Putin wouldn't do more if the NATO case. So that is a fact. That is a point. I'm kind of with him on that. I'm like, I don't know. If you just walked away, do you think Russia would be like, well, thank you very much, and stay in its lane?
Mr. Horton repeated, in effect, pro-Putin talking points about Ukraine. I sympathize with the Ukrainian people who were invaded by Putin's Russia, and the idea that Putin wouldn't do more if the NATO, and in fact Ukraine was kept outside the NATO guarantees, gave up its weapons, its nuclear weapons in '94, great victory.
Oh, now he's waffling again. So you're supposed to say NATO does a good thing by, I suppose, keeping Russia in check. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Wouldn't do more if the NATO and then he goes, oh, by the way, bloop, just runs off there with another word, another idea. Oh yeah, by the way, let's go to, yeah, they gave up their weapons in '94. Great victory, incidentally, for nuclear non-proliferation. We're going to talk about that because remember, nuclear non-proliferation is one of the only buttons he can press, because we in Britain kind of, oh god, Jesus,
incidentally, for nuclear non-proliferation, because we in Britain kind of guaranteed Ukraine they wouldn't pay a price for giving up those weapons. They were nervous about Russia even then. We didn't do much when Russia invaded. At least we were able to contain it to a part of Ukraine. But again, the evidence for me is that it's U.S. retreat that invites.
Okay, so it's U.S. retreat that invites other people. That's an okay argument, but yes is the way that you are making it. He hasn't got a lot to say. This is look. He just talks a whole bunch of shit, and then part of Ukraine, and then we've got here. Oh, by the way, the evidence for me is that the U.S. retreat invites aggression. Okay, but we're going to need some more examples. We're going to need some evidence for that. It's compared to what Scott has provided. This is nothing. Excessive U.S. intervention that invites aggression. So I am with him on this. That the U.S. The evidence for me is that it's U.S. retreat that invites aggression, and now he goes, oh, by the way, not that the retreat provokes aggression, not excessive U.S. intervention that invites aggression. Okay. That's just stating what he thinks, or that makes life more miserable for more people. Okay, so he's just going to reword everything that he said before. He's not actually rebutting. He's just like, I will repeat what I said before, just more fragmented. Gain interventions individually. We can debate how to do what we can. Oh God. Difficult part of the world. Look, he's repeating the difficult parts, guys.
Aggression, not excessive U.S. intervention that invites aggression or that makes life more miserable for more people. Again, interventions individually, we can debate how to do it. We can debate wars haven't gone away because of the U.S.
We can how to do it. We can debate how to do it. What we can debate wars. Sorry. This is how fragmented it is. We can debate what to do. Go like there. This also. We can debate it individually. So that's basically what he did. Is he gave so many arguments and examples that you can't debate them individually in this time. What we can debate, wars haven't gone away because of the US maintained global order. The Middle East in particular is a very difficult part of the world. We've heard this. Thank you.
Maintain global order. The Middle East in particular is a very difficult part of the world where the transition to modernity has been very problematic in so many ways. And maybe we should have been more cautious in the Middle East about what we could do. Though, again, I would just...
Wow. We should have been more cautious. But, oh, wait. He's talking himself out of it. He's like, we should have been more cautious in the Middle East. But wait a second. But again, hold on. But we could... Although, again, I would just point out, places where we have there's been an unbelievable amount of slaughter in the Middle East that we weren't involved in. So, it's not always us.
Point out the places where there's been an unbelievable amount of slaughter in the Middle East that we weren't involved in one way or the other.
Just so you know, the Middle East, basically what he means there is the Middle East is wild, whether we're there or not, which is kind of what Douglas was talking about, but it's just so badly put. Could be a point. Could be a point. But way too general to hit as hard as Scott's. Statements. All right. It can be easily debunked.
One thinks of the Iran-Iraq war, where the sophisticated establishment types in Washington were sort of, well, let them just kill each other. That actually didn't work out well. And also...
Okay. When thanks let them kill each other actually didn't work out well. Okay, I don't remember hearing that. I must have been cooking or something. Because I would have gone, wow, that's quite harsh. That didn't work out well, just kill each other, and that actually didn't work out well. Okay, the next, and also hundreds of what? Thousands of people died, and Syria, okay? Hundreds of thousands of people died, and Syria, guys. He's just mentioning what comes to mind. And Syria, the refugee crisis is a product of non-intervention in Syria. He decided, hey, look there. There's an example. He's like, whoa, this came. I can give you an example, kind of, because I said it, yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of people died. And Syria, the refugee crisis, is a product of non-intervention in Syria, of not doing what Obama said we would do. The use of chemical weapons against the Syrian people has not been. Assad has paid no price for that, and he's still in power, and that's a horrible.
So he goes into Syria. Okay, so why didn't you bring that up before, so that you could be arguing about it in its merits in itself? Assad has paid no price for that, and he's still in power, and that's a terrible signal to send. Horrible precedent to allow to set in the 21st century. Okay. They can argue about this. I don't know why. If it was such a strong example, why didn't he use it?
horrible signal to send, a horrible precedent to allow to be set in the 21st century. So I unapologetic in defending.
I unapologetic in defending. Okay, next. He's unapologetic.
Leave aside my, I guess I could defend my 1997 piece, but I don't really remember it that well.
Oof. There it is, guys. Unapologetic defending, leave aside my, I guess I could defend. He's defending his 1997 piece. There is that waiting thing I was talking about. So he's like, oh, my 1997 piece, whoopsie, he brings it up. Yeah. He at least brings up something that was brought up by his opponent. It's somewhat of a rebuttal. Let's see here. Closest is him. And the way he mentions this piece is he's forgotten it. It's the fact that he's forgotten it. It's like, it sounds any better. Like, these arguments should remain. These should be solid arguments that stay with you the whole time. It's gross. Okay.
Except the national greatness we were for was a greatness in defending and promoting freedom.
Okay, so he's just like, okay, I'm just gonna rewrite. But I don't really remember that well. Okay. And except the national greatness we were for was a greatness in defending and promoting freedom. So he just restates the thing that Scott has shown to be a lie. This is not working. You're just restating. Something that has been contested by Scott very effectively. Like, it's very emotional. It makes you resent. It just sets him up for more and more resentment. My goodness. Oh, the scorn I have right now.
And I am for that kind of national greatness. I am for a healthy debate in our free democracy about how to do that. I am not for Trump-type national greatness, which cares not at all about political.
Okay, wow. Okay, hold on. I'm here promoting freedom. I'm for this. I'm not for Trump. He just told you that you're the reason Trump won. Your machinations, your tactics were part of what brought a Trump presidency to the fore. So you're just leaning on this thing that he was doing. This changes nothing. This doesn't turn away any of the daggers that Scott pointed at you.
Political and civil liberties.
That's it. I'm not for the Trump type national greatness, which cares not at all about political and civil liberties. That's it. That's the rebuttal. You showed him. I mean, what do you even say to that? Wow. Okay. I'm gonna get a banana, so we could listen to the response. Let's fold all sub branches and gets to the response. Okay. When you yield time in a debate, you are losing really bad. Exactly. So just BRB for a sec. Yay! Sorry. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, wait. I'll put on a jersey. I did go and get snacks this time. Yeah. Gotta cover them shoulders. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I'm cold or what. Oh, Fry, go back to the Machiavellians. The clip of Bart talking about Libya perfectly encapsulates Bill's prep for this speech. Okay, let's see. Creamage. I will get the link eventually. Ah! This music is so porno. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, let me get the... Okay. This is the, let's do... Okay, Libya. So this is what Creamage says is how Bill prepared for this debate.
Okay, Libya. Exports.
Yes, sir, you American pig.
Nice touch.
Let's see. The exports of Libya are numerous in amount. One thing they export is corn, or as the Indians call it, maize. Another famous Indian was Crazy Horse. In conclusion, Libya is a land of contrasts. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that worked. That's a good thing. Oopsie, let's go back. Where is my other... Oh, it's here. There we go. Thank you. That the shuffling of the pages, perfect. Perfect stuff. Sorry, guys. Blood sugar is down. After Bill's absolute slaughter, I'm feeling a bit shaky. But what we're gonna have next?
Thank you, Bill. 5 minutes of rebuttal from you, Scott. Take it away.
Okay. I'm sorry for going over before. When I practiced, I read it fast, I guess.
He's really sorry he went over, but does it really matter? Really? Sorry, I completely slayed. What are you gonna say now? What do you even say?
All right, a few things here in no particular order, but you know,
I think he said he was gonna defend something again later. So he's just gonna use up the time. Ask ChatGPT if blood sugar is actually a thing. This might save your life and keep you from becoming sarcopenic. Truth is, there's no such thing as blood sugar. Okay, it's isn't it glucose? The glucose in your blood, though. That's what blood sugar is. That's what they're referring to.
first of all, the Second World War obviously hangs over all of this. America defeated the Nazis and the Japanese, and then created this post-war order that Mr. Crystal's referring to here.
I don't turn into a sarcophagus. Okay. But you're not supposed to have any blood sugar. The real level is 0. Okay. Hey, ZBR. But if I'm hungry and shaky, that's a thing though. Right? Yeah, you're not supposed to have sugary blood, I suppose is what you're trying to say. But I appreciate it, boss. I will be more precise in my language. Okay, he's just gonna, you know what, I might as well, seeing as he's got nothing to really respond to, he's just gonna expand on his previous arguments. So this is Scott Horton response. So I'll just even put here, not really, seeing as there's nothing new in Bill's rebuttal. So he actually just continues the thrashing. Okay. Oopsie. Stop moving things. God damn. Okay. So we got the World War. Stay down, Bill. I guess. He's already dead. He's already dead. So let's see where he's at. 1997. I'm not in for Trump type national blah blah. Okay, take it away. Sorry, I went over before. When I practice, I read it fast. I guess all. Right, a few things here in no particular order, because you don't have to do it in any particular order. First of all, the second word, World War, okay? Obviously hangs over all this. Okay, World War II. Do, 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 do. Okay. Okay, tell us about it. What are you going to do with this? How are you going to shove this up his ass? Okay, first of all, Second World War obviously hangs over all. America defeated the Nazis and the Japanese, and then, you know, created this post-war world order. So he's actually directly attacking something that has been said by Bill.
But the thing of that is, as you guys all know, but this post the Nazis and the Japanese, and then, you know, created this post-war order that Mr. Crystal's referring to here.
That Mr. Crystal's referring to here. He did talk about that. But the thing about that is, boys, so he's got a response to it.
But the thing of that is, as you guys all know, as I think everybody knows, as even Winston Churchill himself said, it was Theodore Roosevelt and especially Woodrow Wilson's intervention in World War I that caused World War II. World War I was ending as a stalemate. This kind of thing. Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical of it, because it's like you're telling me that we would have had to have things would have had to go quite drastically differently, and it would have been better. That's just that's just theorizing. That to that point, I can't really go. As everybody knows, even Winston Churchill himself said it was Theodore Roosevelt, especially Woodrow Wilson intervention in World War I, that caused World War II. Okay, so it was just going to be a stalemate. I don't know if that's as easy. That's quite an easy thing to just say, because you can. So then this over here, this makes history, makes the historical context convenient as well. Not the historical makes use on hindsight.
as well. Same thing. Same thing that what's it that bill? You can't say so yeah, this is just not, it's not that yeah, but how World War II happened was a direct result of World War One. Okay, but World War One still happened. Like you're acting as if World War One would have just ended in a certain way. There was no, like, what would it just have faded out? What, really? There's no way you can strip that much territory away from a country, standing its ethnic population, and not have issues later. Yeah, he's trying to say that World War One would just would have faded away. Like, of course. So you just, World War One still happened. Without American intervention, it could have just been. It could have just been. And just continued. Or no, it would have just faded out. I don't know. The US tilted the scales towards the Allies, as opposed to. So, would it be better if Germany would have just run amok? Like that's what I'm saying. Is like, are you telling me that it would have just been better if Germany was just left to its own devices? It was grinding to a stalemate until America. Perhaps it could have ended differently. Who knows? That's exactly what I'm talking about, Fries. Like, who knows? So you're leaning on the who knows of it, which is the same thing that Bill does. Bill leans in on the, oh, well, if we didn't intervene, he uses the same sort of thing. If we didn't intervene, you don't know how bad the world would be. So that they're both using this kind of convenience of history. That's what I mean by the convenience of history. That it's really convenient. We could say this hindsight, it's 2020, all of this. It would have gone this way. It would have gone that way. So I don't enjoy this discussion. It's not really grounded in the present, I suppose. I want to ground it in the present. So I guess it's his fault. It's Bill's fault for using this post-World War order as a reason to continue US interventionism. So even Winston Churchill, like this is you can't really say how history would have played out. You can't. You can say, oh, this is maybe how it is, but who knows? The who knows of the conclusions, who knows of it, turns me off from using this. Either side.
Before America got involved and tilted the powers so far in favor of that.
Okay, so World War One was ending as a stalemate before America got involved and tilted the powers so far in favor of the Allies against the Central Powers that first of all, they prolonged the World War long enough for Lenin and Trotsky to have it. So it's all America's fault. But could we not just come up with more possibilities of how bad it could have gone? It would have just been better. It would have just gone to a normal stalemate. It was ending as a stalemate, and we're going to just say that.
Allies and against the Central Powers, that first of all, they prolonged the war long enough for Lenin and Trotsky, no offense, to
Lenin and Trotsky, look at him. For Lenin and Trotsky, no offense. Do you see that? He was insulting him. Like, he really does take shots at him. Bro, he's already dead. Leave him. Do you see what he did there? Lenin and Trotsky, no offense. Look at this pot shot.
seized power along the war long enough for Lenin and Trotsky. No offense.
I don't like that. That's stupid. But then again, yeah, I understand this is a warmonger he's talking to. That's, yeah. An insult added to injury. He didn't even realize. Not necessary. But funny, I suppose. It's just not well executed either. It's like, ha ha ha, I had an aside. I wrote this aside once. Ha ha. Does anyone know what kind of libertarian Scott Horton is? The crazy one. It would be like defiling a corpse. That's what he's doing though. It's like, just relax, leave him. To seize power and Russia. Seize power in Russia and create the Soviet Union, and they empowered the British and the French to inflict the Versailles Treaty on the Germans. Yeah, okay. Which stripped them of all their territories and demanded all these reparations that destroyed the economy, led to the rise of Nazi power. Okay, so the Germans should have just been left alone. And it would have been fine. Then there would be no Nazis. Okay. Let's run that simulation.
To seize power in Russia and create the Soviet Union. And they empowered the British and the French to inflict the Versailles Treaty on the Germans, which stripped them of all of their territories and demanded all these reparations that destroyed the economy and led to the rise of the Nazi power.
Okay, so are you going to be like, it's America's fault that Nazis? Like, when are we going to just also just go, there were Nazis? Or are we going to just forget that there is responsibility for the Nazis? He's just more angry at America, I suppose, because he, I guess I can imagine Dave Smith doing this, like, well, it's my country. Germany is an enemy. By default, I'm already angry with it, but I'm criticizing my country. My country needs to do better, blah, 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 blah. So I know the counter arguments to this, but I'm still just like, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this kind of feeling of, okay, it's America's fault that the Nazis is basically it. It's America's fault that the Nazis. That's how I would rephrase it. Worst case, no, not worst case, least charitable interpretation. The Nazis because America. Nazis are because America, not because Nazis. They do have a soft spot for the Germans. To seize power. Rise of the Nazi power. A lot more realistic explanation than Germany just spontaneously turned evil for a few years and went back to normal. No, I think that's also simplifying it. Oh, they went evil, whatever. No. The fact that they had buttons, Hitler had buttons to press for them, and then the pressure on those buttons worked. That's still a big deal to me. You're kind of minimizing that by saying, oh well, because it's kind of like getting to that thing of, oh well, poverty causes crime. Well, you forced us. You forced Germany to become Nazis. That's what you did. You gave them reason to be that way. You gave them reason to hate. It's like, oh, whoa. Are we going to just remove all responsibility from everybody? But then, like I said, the convenient way to argue that out is the easy way to argue that out is to say, well, they are my enemy, so I don't judge them. So I already judge them. I don't need to talk about them. I want to talk about my country. Because there's nothing I can do about the Nazis, but I can do something about America. You don't get Hitler if you don't have resentment. Okay, okay, you don't get Hitler if you don't have resentment. You don't get resentment without foreign imposition of adversity. Okay, so do you think that they would be, everything would have been fine, or the world would have just been fine only? Like, it's like this, if we took this linchpin away, then nothing would have happened. We don't know that. So many things had to come together for that to happen. And that included Hitler being Hitler. Okay? I don't know. That kind of, I don't know, maybe it's too simplistic to just be like, oh, also because they were bad leaders in a country. That's also what happened. But no, it's America's fault. When you cause people to starve and be humiliated, they tend to go places they otherwise wouldn't. Sure. But so it's America's fault. You know what? Fuck America. Butterfly effect. It's almost as if everything causes everything. So for me to just go, yeah, America created all of the bad things. What the fuck then? Is my answer. What then? America did everything. And now? What do you want then? Because then we can just go for the whole of history and just always point to what caused something. And then what? Oh, this happened because this happened, 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 because that's how time works, right? Eventually, we're going to have to pick our shit up and actually go and live our lives. So I'm actually glad I've come to this frustrated point with we're sitting and we're trying to blame things on each other. And it's like, oh, at the end of the fucking day, we will have to deal with ourselves all as individuals, and we will have to continue living our lives. I need to just go back to the Marcus Aurelius stuff, actually, because this is what's making me think about it. He has a lot of these at the end of the day sort of feelings, and I think this is the day that I finally fucking record this. Record my Marcus Aurelius commentary, because I need the positivity, which he's cynical in here, but I need the positivity that also comes from it, where it's like you see how shit the world is, and you go, cool, I'm not going to sit and complain about how shit the world is. I'm going to continue and live my life. Because that's what I've been feeling from this debate, is very much this, why you angry, da da da. So yes, I guess Shippy is going to get what he wants. We're not going to be talking politics next week. Quit trying to remake the entire world. Just focus on your own community. That's the act. You know what? It's almost like the only thing you can do is focus on yourself and what you say and what you do. Okay. Led to the rise of the Nazi power. Okay. Okay, let's see.
The operation, like the Versailles Treaty on the Germans, which stripped them of all of their territories and demanded all the.
Why is it so distressing to come to the conclusion that mass murder campaigns have negative consequences? It's not. No, it's distressing to continue looking for the root cause of absolutely everything, as if that's going to change that murder campaign happened, as if that's going to change that war happens, as if if we can just grasp the cause all the time, right, the main cause, then we'll be able to purport ourselves in a better way. No, actually, it's like it's almost like shit actually just happens. And then I'm not saying world war is just shit happening. I'm saying us spending all this time trying to point at who is who and whatever, it actually just it becomes an endeavor of frustration, because it's not going to lead to anything better for me. It's not. All it's going to do is upset me, because war fucking sucks, and humanity tends towards war and conflict, and it fucking pisses me off. But then you go and you listen to like history podcasts and things where they're so comfortable with how horrific our history is, how horrific humans are, that it actually calms down, that outrage sort of goes away. So my emotional reaction right now is frustration with actually getting into the nitty-gritty of it. I actually don't want to spend time on that because I'm realizing it's not changing anything for me. And yeah, call that, I don't know, call that basic bitch, call that whatever you want. I just don't want to do it. Hindsight, cats in hindsight. Wars are always like this. The Napoleonic Wars sparked off so many mass movements, German unification being one of them. Major wars are always a catalyst to change, both good and bad. Yeah, that's but it's like it happens all the time. Wars happening all the time. It's inevitable, and it makes me sad. Are you frustrated because the XX century ideology was based on lies? What's up, Andrew? I'm upset because humans. But at the same time, one of the things that we need to realize is we need to have, what is it? Not empathy. We need to have affection for what is human because it is like us. Where is it? Where is it? What is divine deserves our respect because it is good. What is human deserves our affection because it is like us. So it's like, I guess this should not frustrate me. It should just be an affection. Should have affection for this because it's just human. Why is Savior always coming? Savior is always coming. Eventually, he'll be there. Adam stole all the empathy. Fuck. We'll get it back. I'm starting a new conflict with him. Okay, on the promise of getting revenge for what had been done. Okay, so it's but Kitty, the knowledge could give us the tools to stop the next world war. Stop the next world war, Kitty. You know, yeah, why didn't they ever just stop? Destroyed. His anger is really good. His on anger is good. Seneca, well, listen, I'm still on this. Okay. Where are we at?
These reparations, like the Union, and to first of all, they prolonged the war long enough for Lenin and Trotsky, no offense, to seize power in Russia and create the Soviet Union, and they empowered the British and the French to inflict the Versailles Treaty on the Germans, which stripped them of all of their territories and demanded all these reparations that destroyed the economy and led to the rise of the Nazi power, the Nazi Party, on the promise of getting revenge for
the Nazi Party. Hold on. British and the French to inflict the Versailles Treaty, these reparations. Nazi Party on the promise of getting revenge for what had been done to the Germans at the end of World War I. Okay. Okay, and next, if America had just stayed out, there would have been no Soviet Union. This is quite a big, I love that sneaky Trotsky jab. You can hear the audience, listen to the audience. They kind of go, whoa, shots fired, basically. If you just listen.
Power and demanded all these reparations, the just treaty on, and to seize power in Russia and create the Trotsky, no offense.
Like he made sure he turned to the side to say no offense. Now listen to the audience.
To seize power in Russia.
You hear them like go
and create the Soviet Union, and they empowered the British and the French to.
Okay, if America had just stayed out, the war would have been there would be no Soviet Union, no Nazi Germany. Okay, to fight World War II. Okay, so what would have happened? Would again going back to this, the convenience of hindsight. Okay, I don't like it. This is what would have happened if America just stayed out.
Inflict the Versailles Treaty on the Germans, which stripped them of all of their territories and demanded all these reparations that destroyed the economy and led to the rise of the Nazi power, the Nazi Party, on the promise of getting revenge for what had been done to the Germans at the end of World War I. If America had just stayed out, there would have been no Soviet Union and no Nazi Germany to fight World War II.
Okay, at all. Okay, so what would there have been? What would there have been? Sunshine and daisies? Would it tell me what would have happened? Would it have been fine?
At all. Okay. Then, as far as what happened in Ukraine in 2014.
Okay, so that he's done with that. Then he's got as far as what happened in Ukraine. Then as far as what happened in the Ukraine in 2014, America sponsored real Nazis, not just neo-Nazis. He brought that up. But the proud grandsons of the Galatians SS who had perpetrated the Holocaust in Ukraine against Jews. Okay.
America sponsored real Nazis, not just neo-Nazis, but the proud grandsons of the Galatian SS who had perpetrated the Holocaust in Ukraine against Jews and Poles there. The right sector, the Svoboda Party, formerly called.
Okay, the right sector, the Svoboda Party, formerly called the Social Nationalist Party. Okay, battalion. So he's just rattling off more of this. Minorities in Ukraine. Okay, so it's just more like, here is more blame. Here is more stuff you can't answer for. You supported this, US, you supported this.
The Social Nationalist Party and the Azov Battalion, all of whom proudly fly swastikas and commit crimes against minorities in Ukraine. And it was Ukraine that...
Okay, it was Ukraine. Okay. It was Ukraine that attacked the East once they overthrew the government. Okay.
Attacked the East. Once they overthrew the government, the Donbass region in the east of the country, Donetsk and Luhansk, they decided, well, if you guys are going to overthrow the government we elected in a free and fair election in 2010, then we're just going to occupy all the government buildings and refuse to recognize the new government. Then the Kiev regime attacked them. They called it the War on Terrorism, and they invaded.
Okay, just giving us more. Ukraine attacked the east once they overthrew the government. Okay. And this is again more, I suppose it's just more your fault. It's your fault. The Donbass region in the east of the country. Okay. More history. They decided, well, if you guys are going to overthrow the government we elected in a free and fair election in 2010, then we're just going to occupy all the government buildings and refuse to recognize the new government. Then government, and then we've got the Kiev. I need you to conclude about this though. It's just like, oh, and by the way, all of this happened and they invaded the eastern part of their own country. And yes, it's true that the Russians did spend, okay, cool. He's just getting through more of the points that he wasn't able to get through. It's not a counter argument, it's just more obvious argument. Special operation forces across the border to help them, okay. And again, all of this factual stuff, all of this historical telling you what happened, this stuff is a lot more direct than what Bill was doing. Bill is so vague. This compared to, I mean, even this is more specific than what Bill spoke about. So here, getting specific with examples, unlike Bill, who kept it very vague. So he just carries on this. Stop! He's dead.
The eastern part of their own country. And yes, it's true that the Russians did send special operations forces across the border to help them, but they never did.
To help them, but they never did. They never did invade the country at all with regular infantry. Okay. And this was a couple of years ago. Okay, and when in 2000 and I think late 14, people of the Donbas region voted in. Okay, because so he's just giving us all of this stuff about Russia.
Invade the country at all with regular infantry. And when in 2000 and I think late 14 or early 2015, the people of the Donbas region voted in a plebiscite to join the Russian Federation, Putin told them no. He had no interest in absorbing their territory whatsoever. He would only provide them enough help that they needed to keep the Kiev regime out.
What happened then? What happened after this, though? What happened now? Yeah, until a couple years later. That's what I'm laughing at. Is that he's like, no, he didn't want to. You know what you see? You see, Putin didn't want to take over Ukraine, guys. He didn't. He was just helping them. He would only provide them enough help that they needed to keep the Kiev regime out. Okay, but don't worry, he still even so he will still blame America and NATO for this pressure. He literally wrote a whole book called Provoked. So this doesn't change anything. Doesn't change Bill's mind. Not Bill, sorry. Doesn't change Scott's mind. He still thinks Russia was just provoked by NATO. So it's okay. It's not bad Russia, it's NATO's fault. Okay. And that was it. You also heard, just goes back to the original statement. The beginning here, the US has kept peace in the world. Okay. Now he's just playing with his food, honestly.
And that was it. You also heard, and this goes back to his original statement.
Mm-hmm. You also heard and that was it. That was it for a little while. That's what was it. Okay, and then he's got, you also heard, this goes back to his original statement at the beginning, that the US kept the peace in the world for 75 years. And he did mention Korea and Vietnam. And that's all, but he didn't mention that we killed 2 million Koreans. Okay, so there you go. This is his counter argument. At least here is a counter argument. He's doing him the service of counter argument here. Because it's like, okay, this is what you said. Well, here's my counter argument, which is he did not mention Korea. He did mention it, but he didn't mention how many people died there. Somewhere between 3 and 5 million. Nobody really knows how many Vietnamese people died. So he's just talking about the lives that is taking away the minimization, removing that Bill puts on top of these arguments, these examples. It's not just difficult or messy. It's a number of lives lost. So there he's taken the power out of, not such as the power was of that argument. He's like, yeah, there's still great cost to these nations.
At the beginning here, that the U.S. has kept the peace in the world for 75 years. And he did mention Korea and Vietnam, and that's all. But he didn't mention that we killed two...
Oh, sorry, I'm going to put this, and that's all. It's like, oh, by the way, that's all he mentioned. Sorry. That's a jab at Bill's weak arguments. Bill's what? Lack of examples and of good examples. And vagueness. Vague points. And that's all. It's so unnecessary, but he does it anyway. But he didn't mention... Okay, so there, I'll put this over here. Okay, there, he didn't mention this many people died. Okay. That we killed 2 million Koreans, somewhere between 3 and 5 million. Nobody really knows.
million Koreans. Somewhere between 3 and 5 million. Nobody really knows how many Vietnamese, Laotians, and Cambodians were killed. And then, of course, the domino fell. It was knocked over by America and spread communism.
The domino fell. It was knocked over by America. The domino fell. Of course, the domino fell. Then the domino fell, which was knocked over by America, and spread communism to Cambodia, and led directly to the rise of Pot. Okay, there you go. So Pol Pot is America's fault as well. Okay. And he says directly. He puts directly there. Directly is he's very firm on this claim. And another 2 million dead there. So that's all America's fault. So 2 million dead there, America. He didn't count the million dead Iraqis or the million dead. Okay. Okay, so he has a million dead. He's gonna lose count of all the dead. Yeah.
Communism to Cambodia and led directly to the rise of Pol Pot and another 2 million dead there. He didn't count the million dead Iraqis or the million dead, and I got to talk about Obama's intervention in Syria.
Oh, sorry, didn't Iraqis? Then he's got, oh shit, oh sorry, he's got there's so many examples, you see. No, Pol Pot was educated. No, it's America's fault. American intervention really did destabilize the Cambodian regime. Destabilize, but it's the destabilization. Everything is America's fault. He didn't count the million dead Iraqis. All the million dead. Oh shit! Now he's got to talk. Oh, I got to talk about Obama's intervention in Syria. This tactic is like shit. He's got so many examples to. He's got so many examples to go through. He's losing track. It's kind of like kind of showing off, a way to show off how numerous things are. Okay, Obama's intervention in Syria. He didn't talk about the million dead Iraqis and the 500,000 dead Syrians and Pakistanis and Afghans. Okay. He didn't talk about them. No, he did talk about them. He did. He said it's a difficult region. He did talk about them, Scott. Hey, to be fair, he said it's a difficult region. So, you know, he got that point. Come on, Scott, don't be so mean.
You talk about the million dead Iraqis, the 500,000 dead Syrians and Pakistanis and Afghans and Libyans and now Yemenis, where at the very minimum, 250,000 people have been killed. You know, certainly in the war in Somalia, which helped lead to the famine of 2011 through 13, something like 250,000 people died in that famine, most of them children under the age of 4.
Most of them children. Okay, so he's got there. Dead Iraqis. Oh, then he's gonna say Somalia. He's just gonna pile these on you, and you know what? You're just gonna have to accept the blame because it's just I can point to where you were part of it, and you're supposed to just go like this and say, "Now, do nothing. Stop." Okay, died in that famine. Most of them children under the age of 5. Children under the age of 5, just like who's dying of cholera. Okay,
5, just like who's dying of cholera in the war in Yemen, inflicted by the Americans and their allies who bombed the hospitals, bombed the water and the sewage and the electricity.
Okay, so they just bomb and the electricity and all the means of civilian support there. Okay, I'm just gonna take your word for it that they're just doing that. That's what America's doing. America is just killing everybody in that country. Okay. And how it's just not true that I don't know who told you this, but you might know that Edward Snowden leads the black budget to Washington Post, and they published. Okay.
And all of the means of civilian support there in that country. And now it's just not true. And I don't know who told you this, but you might know that Edward Snowden leaked the black budget to the Washington Post, and they
it's just not true.
Published it. Obama spent $1 billion a year on the war in Syria.
Okay, so we just and all of this means civilian support there in the country. It's just not true, and I don't know who told you, but you know, the Edward Snowden lead. Okay, it's just not true. I don't know what he's talking about, but it's just not true. I guess that's as far as I guess that's the counter argument is it's just not true. And they published it. Obama spent $1 billion a year on the war in Syria, and he admitted. Jeffrey Goldberg asked him in March of 2021. So, okay, so this is back to Syria. Now he's going all over the place because he can. He doesn't really need to keep it structured. He's just going to bring stuff up because he knows that Bill's not going to be able to counter it. And if the only thing that Bill can say, I think he is preempting here. It's still a persuasive argument when saying that's not true is very weak compared to I'll tell you why this is not true. He said, "Don't you think that?" Okay, so he's just piling on here. It's tiring. Aren't you? He's not tired. He just enjoys us.
And he admitted it. Jeffrey Goldberg asked him in March of 2012. He said, "Don't you think that if we got rid of Assad in Syria, that'd be a good way to bring Iran down a peg?" And Obama said, "Absolutely." And Goldberg said, "Well, is there anything more that you could be doing to speed this process along?" And Obama said, "Well, I can't tell you, Jeffrey, because your classified clearance isn't high enough." And we all know because he...
Okay, he really hates Obama. He isn't high enough. The scorn, it's dripping with scorn. Okay.
Even the Washington Post and the New York Times admitted it over and over. America, Saudi, Qatar, Turkey.
And Obama said, "Well, I can't tell you because your classified clearance isn't high enough." And we all know, even Washington Post, that the New York Times admitted to over and over America, Saudi, Qatar, Turkey, Jordan, and Israel. Okay, what did they admit it here? supported al-Nusra, which their allies, Islam, bin Laden, little groups. These were Syrian veterans in the Iraqi war. It's so much. And America took their side because the government that they were fighting was friends with Iran. This is exhausting. And you're right, that he's weaponized this autism. It's just so much. And you would have to contend with all of this, and Bill does not contend. He just fucking, he's, like you said, he's all about vibes.
Turkey, Jordan, and Israel all supported al-Nusra, which and their allies, Jaish al-Islam, and the other bin Ladenite groups there. These were the Syrian veterans of Iraq War II. And America took their side because the government...
They're telling him to shut up. He's like, okay, you're fucking done, okay? You've done this. Shut up. You've given us enough examples. They're like, your time's up. Well, no, because even the Washington Post and the New York Times admitted it over and over. America, Saudi, Qatar, Turkey all supported al-Nusra, which and their allies and the other bin Ladenite groups. These were Syrian veterans. Oh God, it's just over the top. It's a blitz. And America took their side because the government that they were fighting was friends with Iran. Okay. Where are we at? Government that was friends with Iran, which had no role in knocking our towers down. Okay. Okay, and they're like, okay, are you done?
that they were fighting was friends with Iran, which had no role in knocking our towers down.
Time's up.
Time's up. Shut up. Well, thank you both for. Okay, so we've gotten to the question. The further part. We're almost to the end. Well, not the end. We're more than halfway, but no, we're not halfway. Yeah, we're gonna get to halfway, I think. Are we going to do the conversation part of this? Are we going to diagram it? Let's see. Or am I exhausted out of this? Thank you for your weaponized autism. Yeah, it's nothing compared to me. I mean, I'm nothing compared to this. I can't. I'm already exhausted. He was more rambly there. Yeah, but he could be. He could afford to be rambly, because he's said all the things he needed to say, and it's a very. He's also being nonchalant about it, and like, look, it's like he's playing with his food now. Might as well come in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's see where we're at. I don't want to hear from you, Bill. What are you going to say, Bill? There's nothing you can fucking say. Could you just concede and say and go away and never speak in public ever again?
Well, thank you for both. We now go to the Q&A portion of the evening. We have 2 mics over there. You can line up to ask your questions. And we have questions from the streamers. I want to take my moderator's prerogative to ask a question.
The moderator's prerogative. I like Bill needs the moderator to help him out here, boys. The moderator's prerogative. We're going to the questions from the streamers. I want to take moderator's prerogative to ask a question of Scott. I believe Bill Crystal has basically asked you for a counterfactual, and of course you guys are sometimes talking more than a century's worth of military foreign policy. There you go. This is a great I'll put in here moderator's prerogative. Okay, over here, Jean has to do this. Has to try and reframe it for Bill, which is like, you guys are talking about all of history. Really, you're going over a century worth of history. So he's kind of like, could we try and keep it to like post 9/11? I want to make what is prerogative to ask question of Scott. Okay. I believe Bill Crystal has basically asked you for a counterfactual. He has, but not really. And of course, you guys are sometimes talking about more than a century's worth of military foreign policy. I'm in agreement with that. Sitch and Adam keep mentioning the Jones Act. I'm fucking exhausted. I'm not doing any more politics for a week. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna go for a religious debate, a good old religious debate next week. To ask a question of Scott. I believe Bill Crystal has basically asked you for counterfactual, and of course you guys are sometimes talking about more than a century's worth of military policy. Okay, I'm wondering, Scott, if you could take it from 9/11. I think I share this the sentiment. The entire span of history is intimidating. Might as well focus on post 9/11 on a certain period. Like, you might as well just do it. I'm here for that. Let's keep it here. So I'm wondering, Scott, if you'd like to take it from 9/11. Okay. There was a question. 9/11 happened. Let's assess that. Let's assess.
Of Scott, I believe Bill Crystal has basically asked you for a
It's a debate. It's not a debate video. It's a little 5 minutes edutainment thing. It's very funny. Please. Okay. You said please. That was very nice of you, Paffy. I appreciate that.
counterfactual. I believe Bill Crystal has basically asked you for a counterfactual, and of course you guys are sometimes talking about more than a century's worth of military foreign policy. I'm wondering, Scott, if you could take it from 9/11. Like, there was a question, 9/11 happened. Let's assume that everything up through 9/11 also happened.
Let's assume that everything up through 9/11 also happened. Okay, so guys, 9/11 happened. Let's assume everything up. It's just the wording, obviously. Let's assume that everything until 9/11, through 9/11 also happened. Okay. Oh, everything up to what? That everything up to through 9/11 also happened. You didn't change that part of history. Because yeah, he did change part of history. He just put a spin on history, okay, and said this is what history is. No historical counterfactuals. That's it. You can't just say this is what history was. Talk about today. I think you can. You can still fucking yeet him off the face of the earth if you just talk about the last 10 years of America. Come on. You don't need that. But now from 9/11 on, Bill is really challenging you to say what is your alternative. Okay, so Bill is he has to do it for you. Bill is changing you. I think you are charging him. You're saying, please, can you, because Bill was so fucking incompetent in his arguments. But now from 11 on, Bill is really challenging you to say what is your alternative to what went on. Okay. I feel like that's him. That's not Bill. Bill, here, when you need the moderator to ask questions for you because you're not making arguments, you're not representing even a little bit of an argument. When the moderator help you sound. of some sort. Israel be challenging.
You didn't change that part of history. But now, from 9/11 on, Bill is really challenging you to say, what is your alternative to what went on? What could have happened from 9/11 on? What?
Well, I'll cite the great Harry
What?
Brown.
What could have happened from 9/11 on? What? I love that. Okay, so now he's going to say he actually gives us a question. Okay. Well, I'll cite the great Harry Brown, the former Libertarian presidential candidate and great Libertarian activist. Okay, quote him, but tell me what he said. I asked him on my show, Harry Brown, did you hear me? The first part, yeah. The great Harry Brown. Okay.
The former Libertarian presidential candidate and great Libertarian activist.
Little bit.
I asked him on my show, Harry Brown. Did you hear me the first part?
Yeah, go.
The great Harry Brown. I asked him, well, what would you have done? And he would have.
Okay, I asked him what would you have done on my show. Plug the show while you can. On my show, what would you have done? Hey, atheist, what would you have done? And he would have called off the policies that called the cause. Okay. So he asked him what you would have done. So he's going to quote this other libertarian that I suppose he would have wanted. And what was his answer?
Would have called off the policies that caused the attack in the first place, but assume.
Okay, he would have called off the policies that caused the attack in the first place. He says that. That's caused the attack in the first place. Okay, that's number one. But assuming the attack. Assuming the attack, what he would have done was he would have negotiated in good faith with the Taliban. But he would have negotiated. What he would have done is negotiated in good faith with the Taliban. Is that possible? Is that possible? That's kind of quite an assumption. He would have done it negotiated in good faith with them, and not just stayed isolationist, I suppose, because it is an attack, obviously. Assuming the attack. Okay. Who hated bin Laden and Al Qaeda and wanted to be rid of him instead of refusing the Taliban's offers to negotiate. Okay, which is, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Okay. As George Bush did for almost a solid month in lead up to the start of the war. Okay. He's giving the counter. He did say give us an alternative. He's like, oh, by the way, this is what George Bush did actually. Just so you know, George Bush didn't do the thing that this other guy would have done.
Who hated bin Laden and Al Qaeda and wanted rid of him instead of refusing the Taliban's offers to negotiate, as George Bush did for almost a solid month in the lead up to the start of the war. And
okay, and so next one, and barring
that, barring success on negotiating extradition,
okay, so if the negotiation didn't go bad, didn't work out, he would have sent special operation forces to capture or kill bin Laden. Okay, this is what I mean by Scott is okay with certain kinds of intervention, certain kinds of action. It's not that he's like, oh, America must just stay away and never touch on anything, never take any action anywhere. This is an okay amount of action. Doing a special forces thing is an okay amount of action. Kill bin Laden and his few hundreds, no more than 400 members. So that's what he's saying. Like it's small enough, and it's a small enough intervention. So this for me is shows the with which Scott approaches withdrawing from intervention. It's not taking no action ever. It's taking smaller, more measured actions. Okay, so this is he's not saying we must just stick to ourselves and never work. And again, when you yourself are attacked, you can't just sit and chill. Hey, Davina. Okay, 400 members of the Al-Qaeda, they're hiding with Bin Laden at Tora Bora in Afghanistan, and then we would have called the whole thing off. Okay.
He would have sent special operations forces to capture or kill bin Laden and his few hundreds, no more than 400 members of Al-Qaeda there hiding with bin Laden at Tora Bora in Afghanistan. And then he would have called the whole thing off, and especially including the entire policy of American dominance in the Middle East.
Okay, so that's part of it. Just no dominance in policy of American dominance. Also, wording it that way is, of course, a calculated thing. Well, I don't think bring democracy was a good thing to attempt there. They misunderstood the ideology in the country. They didn't understand democracy. They're like, this doesn't work for us. That was the cause of the problem in the first place. So he's re-emphasizing that. So it's like, listen, I gave you an alternative, but remember, I'm very fixated on the fact that we caused it by provoking the Middle East, or provoking these guys with American dominance. So that was his first reply on. He would have called off the policies that caused the attack in the first place, is this is his favored opinion. But he's like, fine, if we're going to have to talk about the attack, then this is what should happen. So he's giving all the answers. He's not just saying what's just most convenient. I'm actually going to say, assuming the attack, good that he gives this answer rather than shying away from the possibility. He needs and he gives them well here. He answers the questions pretty well. He doesn't have to think this through.
That was the cause of the problem in the first place. Our bases in Saudi, our support for Israel, and
okay, so this our bases in Saudi, our support for Israel. Okay, sorry, that's the cause of the problem. That was the cause of the problem in the first place. Our bases in Saudi, support for Israel, and their unending violence against the people of Palestine. Okay, so you had to put that jab in there for you, because that's their unending violence. It has nothing to do with Hamas. It's just they hate Palestine. We're just going to frame it that way because it's convenient. And then
their unending violence against the people of Palestine, and at that time of Lebanon.
Oh, just by the way, and Lebanon, by the way, Israel bad. And if we had just called all of that off and proved the world that we are what the Statue of Liberty says that we are. Okay, so this is just a bit more emotional stuffs.
And if we had just called all of that off and proved to the world that we are what the Statue of Liberty says that we are, and that was Harry Brown's thing, the Statue of Liberty. And if we
so he's like, by the way, that's Harry Brown's thing, the Statue of Liberty. Just by the way, citing, I didn't steal it. I gave him credit. Okay. And if we had, really worked hard to perfect liberty in our own country, okay.
We had, really worked hard to perfect liberty in our own country and to spread it by example. And in fact, Harry Brown was an evangelical libertarian.
Okay, so he's just going into that. Okay, we are spread it by example. That's what he wanted to do. This is in line with his previous point. This is in line with his opening. opening speech, because when you go, I'll just put a line to it here. Where is it? It's back down here. Over here. Conclusion here. So he basically, it makes it nice and powerful when these things rhyme. When you can see the through line. I suppose I'm making it literally a through line. Okay, and it's, really hard for a spread by example, okay? And in fact, Harry Brown, okay, so we're just going to do an and in fact, Harry Brown. Why not? Because we're preaching. He's an evangelical libertarian. Okay, he was determined to spread the goodwill of America, the good news of America. Not by bombs.
Was determined to see liberty spread around the world, and he was determined to give his Statue of Liberty speech. He would have given it every day if he'd been the president, about how we are doing everything we can to perfect the application of the Bill of Rights in our society and your societies.
So this is how you should be. This is how you would spread by example. Is we are perfecting liberty here. We're showing you how much it works, how well it works. And you're going to want to emulate us because we're the best. Because America is the best. Okay, that's why. That's how we want to spread the good word.
Out there in the world, your bills of rights aren't good enough, and you need to try at least as hard as we are trying to create a free society for our own people here. And then instead of wading in a swimming pool of the blood of innocent people,
oof, very, very emotional stuff. Thanks, Obama. Yeah. Own people here. That's how he wants it to happen. And instead of wading in a swimming pool of blood of innocent people, looking like the world's worst hypocrite. The scorn, the absolute scorn. The scorn. I mean, you should have scorn for this, but instead of wading in a swimming pool of the blood of innocent people looking like the world's worst hypocrites, it would have been great, but you fucked it up. It would have sounded great to the people of the world. But no, now you're just a hypocrite.
looking like the world's worst hypocrite, it would have been great. And it would have sounded great to the people of the world. Remember, on September 12th, they held a 1 million-man candlelight vigil in downtown Tehran on behalf of the people of the United States. We had the entire world.
But now we have people in the United States protesting the United States, and protesting Israel and whatever. There's just so much hate there now. Remember, on September 12th, they held that's gone. That goodwill is gone. Goodwill is gone. Not everyone have that in their value system. Some don't want freedom. They want communism or totalitarian theocracy. They do want that, yes. But America's like, well, if you let us continue with our freedom, then we'll leave you alone. But you do what you would need to do is continue to be too strong for the rest of the world to come after you. We had the entire world ready to listen to us, to America, ready to join up in our cause, but it wasn't the right cause. It was, what did we have? You messed it up.
Ready to listen to America, ready to join up in our cause, but it wasn't the right cause. It was, hey, you know what we could do? We could get a bonus war. If we could just lie to these people, and we'll just publish in the Weekly Standard.
Okay, so you can see how much he fucking hates them all. It's properly personal. This is not just an idea. This is, you fucks, there's people's lives at stake here. You have blood on your hands. It was, we could get a bonus war. If we could just lie to these people, And we'll just publish in the Weekly Standard over and over and over again that Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein are friends, and Saddam's going to give weapons of mass destruction to Osama bin Laden to kill you and your mama and your hometown. Okay, so just we're gonna make you fear. We'll get a bonus war. If we don't go into the war, preempt them and stop them from attacking us first, let's do what we could get away with.
Standard over and over and over again that Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein are friends, and Saddam's going to give weapons of mass destruction to Osama bin Laden to kill you and your mama and your hometown if we don't preempt them and stop them from attacking us first. Let's do that.
He's so angry from attacking us first. Let's do that, and obviously saying let's do that it makes them as if they made this choice with glee. We could get away with that. Okay. Making sure that he's increasing the scorn there. Thick scorn. Making sure it seems like the people who made these choices did so with nonchalance at best. Nonchalant at best, cruel intentions at worst. Okay, so he's just making sure that you know exactly how much he hates you. People are so upset about the 3,000 dead New Yorkers. We could exploit the grief and fear. This is proper. Woof. Woof.
Could get away with that. People are so upset about the 3,000 dead New Yorkers. We could exploit that grief and fear. And we could overthrow whoever we want now. On to Baghdad against who? The guy in the French beret.
Oh, we could overthrow whoever we want now. On to Baghdad. So he's going to use this example. You limiting him to post 9/11 has not helped the argument, but it's just focused it. You gave him a crosshair. On to Baghdad against who? The guy in the French beret and the clean-shaven chin and the olive green military uniform, who they could have just sent Colin Powell, the Secretary of State at the time. Okay, they could have just sent. Okay, so they could have gone and killed the person. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Yeah. The military uniform, and then he's like, oh, by the way, they could have just gone and killed him. They could have just done it a covert, but no, we had to do a whole ass war.
And the clean-shaven chin and the olive green military uniform, who they could have just sent Colin Powell. The Secretary of State at the time was a 4-star general, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I think he was tough enough to handle Saddam. And if not him, how about mean old Donald Rumsfeld?
So he's just giving examples. They could have just gone in. So he's not proposing that you do nothing. Do you see that he's not proposing you do nothing? Just bringing it back. Still not proposing. That's. I think I can get on board with that. With you should take smaller, more measured, more covert things, more neat and tidy operations, because you fucking can, because you're America, rather than all-out war. I can get on board with that. But I can't get on board with, we're going to sit inside our borders and do fuck all, and nobody's going to come and attack us. Because, no, people will attack you. He's not a pacifist. Exactly. I'm happy with that. Where is it? Yeah, shows the nuance with here. He doesn't mean you. He does not mean we're gonna sit and do nothing. He wants you to focus on America, and be strong, so that nobody. Yeah, you still need to keep this thing that nobody's gonna fuck with you. Obviously, what Bill wants is that they want America must take responsibility for the rest of the world's behavior as well. And that's the thing, when you involve yourself in so much, this is when you do expose yourself to all the blame that he's placed upon you. I don't think you have to have to have a fully conformed response completely planned out before you condemn what was done. No, what you're saying, he has to have, he doesn't have to have an alternative. No, you can always condemn anything where people have died. You can always condemn the slaughter of thousands of millions of people. Yeah. But he's saying exactly how he would have done it. So it's beyond question. It makes it even more of a powerful argument. Because it's not like, well, you can't give me an alternative. He's like, actually, I can. My alternative is not sitting on my ass and doing nothing. But it's also not killing millions of people. And exploiting fear and whatever. Okay, so what from when you helped in the Iraq Wars, under Ronald Reagan, they could have just gone over there and read the riot act to Saddam and put him in line. Okay, obviously it's simplifying a lot of stuff, but yeah, it's a lot better if you're gonna do a whole ass war. I'm sure you could do this. I'm sure you could try that. And you know what? If you fail, cool. Then try. You shouldn't go straight to war, I suppose is a thing. No, remember Dick Cheney said we can't talk to evil because that will, justify it. Okay.
They were old friends from when he helped arm Iraq in the 1980s under Ronald Reagan. They couldn't have just gone over there and read the riot act to Saddam and put him in line. No, remember Dick Cheney said, we can't talk to evil because that will, justify it. And that will, Saddam Hussein, like he wasn't already the dictator of Iraq since
that will justify it if we speak to them. So it was an excuse. This is an excuse. That's what he means by you lied us into a war. And that will, Saddam Hussein, like he wasn't already the dictator of Iraq since 1979. That will give him legitimacy. Okay. That will give him legitimacy and credibility if we talk to him. Mm-hmm. You know what gives them credibility also is just their power. And you could probably... No. Okay. I'm getting called by the feds.
1979. That will give him legitimacy and credibility if we talk to him. We have only one choice: to attack Iraq before they attack us first. Yeah.
We only had one choice. Only one choice to attack Iraq before they attack us first. Okay. And just the tone with which he delivers that is, I know, it's so.
Bill, please take the mic.
The people are applauding. Sorry, yeah, it's true. People are applauding. Attack us first. 5 more minutes, and then we have just a half an hour, and we finish tomorrow, guys. I think that this will be good. So this was a good enough response. He got the question. Look at 9/11. Tell me about it, and he gave the answer. Winner, chicken dinner. Is there anything else? Will you respond, Bill? Do you think Bill's got a response to this? And what do you think it's going to be? Let's see what Bill says.
Mic up. And do you want to comment on Scott's reply?
Our policies did not cause 9/11. Our policies did not cause...
Okay, so he's just do you want to comment on, okay? Do you want to comment on... You want to comment on Scott's response, and he's just going to, it's actually like the other politician answer, because politicians do get very use emotions and things, but here is the other politician thing where it's just, I just say statements and you're just gonna have to believe me. Source, believe me, bro. So it's just reframing. Sorry, do you need to put it that way? Sorry. And he's just, our policies did not cause 9/11. which is the reframing that I guess you would want. Sorry. Paste style. Scott's Swiss reply: policies. Our policies did not cause 9/11. Our policies did not cause Assad. Okay, to use poison gas against his own people and kill. So yeah, he's using the generalization and the simplification of the behavior of America's behavior. He's trying to do that. Like, it's like, oh, we didn't just cause you've been very reductive. So he's like just going against the reduction. Reduction of America's actions to simple cause and effect. Like, you know, well, America, a lot of the time he's just saying America was part of this. America was part of this. But when you put it this simply, we didn't cause 9/11. We didn't cause these things. They did. These people. I think he's relying on the responsibility, relying on the responsibility of the other parties involved, dismissing America's responsibility. Dismissing America's responsibility, but it is important to remember someone like Scott will not dismiss the responsibility of America. America's responsibility is the only thing he actually cares about. A person like Scott will not shy away from America's responsibility. He is harsher on America. America is supposed to be better than all its enemies. It shouldn't be a hypocrite. So that's why he's so scornful. He's just so scornful because it's like you're being a hypocrite. So he's just, this is what he's trying to lean back on, but it just falls flat. I understand what you mean. Our policies did not cause 9/11, so he's just all out, saying, no, you're wrong. He's saying, no, you. Our policies did not cause Assad to use poison gas against his own people and kill 50,000 of them. So it's just remember, they did these things. Okay, they did these things. I agree, but that doesn't absolve America, and you can't absolve America. If you're Scott, he doesn't absolve them. It won't work. It really will come down to a difference in opinion, where Bill can easily absolve them because, oh well, whataboutism, the other guys did bad things, but an American will not. A true American.
Assad to use poison gas against his own people and kill 500,000 of them. Our policies did not cause Putin to kill journalists and to...
Okay, our policies did not cause... This is true stuff. Our policies, like, they still have to make decisions and do bad things in response to what America does. Again, but refer to my comment. Our policies did not cause Putin to kill journalists and to crush freedom in Russia. Okay. I think he is trying at least a rhetorical thing here by saying our policies, our policies, our policies. So he's trying to give you this pile-on effect, finally, but he's just stating it. It's not as powerful as there was this and this and this. Our policies did not cause Putin... But it didn't prevent them. It was providing fertile ground for it. It was debunked. Well, he's repeating the lie, so it's not a lie anymore. I mean, Mr. Horton may believe the U.S.
Crush freedom in Russia. I mean, Mr. Horton may believe that the U.S. is the source and cause of evil in the world. I disagree.
I disagree. When you dismiss it all the way, that's what my feeling was. Remember, like half an hour ago, that's what I was feeling. I was getting angry at Scott, where it's like, you're just fucking saying America did everything. But remember, Scott is the Scott's counter argument would wash me out of the water there. I'd be absolutely blasted out because he's like, I don't want America. America must take responsibility for its actions. That's it. I don't. The fact that other people do actions does not absolve America. So I have to accept that. I have to swallow that. Okay. Do you? That's it. That was his response. Okay. And that's supposed to help us out.
Okay. Well,
okay. You cannot force people to be good. Yeah? You can only be good on your own in your own country, I suppose.
I don't know if you want to have another dialogue about that briefly. Go ahead. Yeah, and then we'll...
do you want to have a dialogue about that? Yeah, go ahead. Would you like to slaughter this man? Would you like to take off even more of his flesh? Do you know if you want to have another dialogue? If you want to have another dialogue about that, briefly go ahead. Would you like to shoot back, please? Why not? Great moderation there. Just, you know what? Hit him! This is the issue. America's intervention isn't good, but it also isn't the root cause of all the problematic. Yes, that's a point that I would put here. It's really well worded there, CS Paffy. This is equally as reductionist. It would be silly for people to believe this. This is the issue. American intervention isn't good, but it also isn't the root cause of all the problems. I don't think that is the argument that Scott is making, but I think a lot of people that are on his side would make it. True, I don't think this is Scott's argument, but many like him will make it. Okay. So actually, the opponent here is conflating this. Nobody can take a moderate position because it's a debate. Yeah. Okay. That's not true. What's not true? That other people won't. Oh, that people like him will make it, except the moderator. What about it? It's hard to. I'm firmly in Scott's camp, and I would argue that many of the best things in the world are a consequence of American innovation. Okay, I'm just saying people many like him, as in people libertarians or people that that are evangelical about it, they would be immediately skeptical of America. It's hard to say when a contributing factor becomes the dominant one. Depends on perspective. If America causes 10% of a problem, but they're the deciding factor, you can see why they would be blamed. Yeah, and a lot of the time, the thing is, if you get involved, you can become part of that blame. You are taking responsibility because you've put that upon yourself. You've put the responsibility upon yourself by getting involved. It's really just when it comes to war and markets and culture, just when it comes to war, In the world, I disagree. Cool. I don't think Scott's making that argument, but it's true that that is the one that they reduce. That you do tend to reduce. I reduced it to that. Fine. What do you want? Do you want everything to be America's fault then? Fuck you. And then, well, the men who did 9/11 were responsible for 9/11. Okay. Yes. Okay. So you see, that's not the argument he's making. Scott's not making that.
Well, yeah.
Well, the men who did 9/11 were responsible for 9/11, but they were motivated.
Okay, but they were motivated by American foreign policy. There's always going to be someone. I think his response here is there's always going to be someone who uses whatever is at their disposal to manipulate others into doing something bad. And I'm with Scott. I'm not Scott. I'm with Bill on that. I suppose I'm with Jordan Peterson on that. That a psychopath's gonna psychopath, boy. Your policy, yes, it can lead to it, but any policy can be exploited by a psychopath and by cults and by religion. Absolutely can happen. So,
by American foreign policy. And I actually just went back and watched the CNN interview of bin Laden from
American foreign. They were motivated by. So you can't. This means we have to all motivation from people, all people, if we really want to cause no problems. Not realistic, but I see the line of causality he's drawing. So it's it's a bit of an unrealistic standard to set there for me. That if we have to take away all motivations now, that doesn't mean that he's wrong. It's just like, okay, but now we'll be able to find many causes for many stupid and evil things.
1998 or 96, and the whole story is.
No, I don't think I'm not saying, because you're saying I think it's a mistake to assume they are irrational actors. Absolutely, it's a mistake to think that the people who get people to go and smash planes into buildings haven't figured out, I need to find a way to tell somebody to do this. Like, there is a lot of rationality behind that. You just need to get someone who's willing to smash something, willing to commit suicide for your cause. The CNN, sorry, I was watching the CNN interview with bin Laden. Okay, I just went back. Okay, so this was before 2011, but not 1998 or 96. The whole story as well. They hate our bases in Saudi Arabia and our support for Israel. Back to you in the studio, Jimmy. Obviously, very flippant in his delivery there, because nobody said they hate us or our freedom. I think you're underestimating that. Okay.
Well, they hate our bases in Saudi Arabia and our support for Israel. Back to you in the studio, Jimmy. Because nobody said they hate us for our freedom.
Because nobody said they hate us for our freedom. But that is still a factor that is underlying the people that take these actions. Religion could be fun. Well, religion is happening next week. Because nobody said they hate us for our freedom.
They hate us because their radical Islamic beliefs make them hate those who are good and innocent and beautiful.
Okay, radical Islamic. They hate us because the radical Islamic people make them hate those who are good and innocent and beautiful and love their mama. No, but you are pretty wild, and you are the wrong way to be in the world, and you need to be brought to heel eventually. No one had told that lie yet. Yet. Okay, so this is his point, that nobody's told that lie. That lie yet. Okay, so descending into rhetoric again, yeah. But this is the rhetoric that people he is exposing the rhetoric. He's not descending into it himself. He's saying this is the rhetoric that you used. Uses the rhetoric that was used in. It's ridiculous. Okay, so he's like, okay, but I don't know about that. There is still an inconsistency between America and certain ideals. Okay, something simple. You think the Taliban are
Full and love their mama. No one had told that lie yet. So
You
it was
think the
just plain and
Taliban-
simple.
You think the
okay. So nobody had told that lie yet. So this is now he actually responds. Bill actually has something to say. You think the Taliban? It was simple, he says. No one had told the lie. It was something simple. It was the basis. It was just the basis. So this is, I think, Islamophobia hadn't been weaponized. Okay.
Taliban are doing what they're doing right now in Afghanistan because they hate. What do they hate? We got out of Afghanistan.
I think the problem he runs into here. Bill is saying they actually are not for freedom. Bill is pulling to the wards of like, no, he actually brings up the freedom of women in Afghanistan. He's like, do you think that they're doing that because they hate America? So like he's basically saying there is reason to want freedom for such peoples. But what Scott does is absolutely swallow that and say, I don't care. It's their people. Why must I care? And he has to be hard ass about it. He has to do it. So let's see. Let's go here. The Taliban are doing what they're doing right now in Afghanistan because they hate. What do they hate? We got out of Afghanistan. So it seems like this is silly, a silly response. He thinks that this is going to be this is going to make Scott realize that there is literal badness, but it's like he doesn't care. Thinks he's going to get Scott on a moral high ground, from a moral high ground. But Scott's he's going, yeah. It's like, what, do you think the Taliban is just good? He doesn't care what the Taliban does because they're not Americans.
Well, the Taliban aren't attacking us. I don't know what you're talking about.
So he's like, I don't care what the Taliban does. Basically, he's saying that if they don't attack us, then I don't need to care. If they're not attacking us, they don't exist, essentially. Because I am all for America. I'm all for America only, essentially. Scott only cares America and will only acknowledge will like only acknowledge, but yeah, not will only cares about America. You only become relevant if you attack America. Okay, that's basically it. Okay, Scott only cares about America, so that's why he can't. This moral high ground, it's not compatible. These things don't work.
They were attacking us until we left, and then they stopped.
No, I'm saying, do you think that there's
They were attacking us until we left, and then they stopped. Yeah, because we left them. Then they stopped. I'm saying, do you think that there's going to be liberty and freedom, that young girls in Afghanistan will have opportunities? He doesn't care. He's going to swallow that whole. He's going to swallow that whole bill. You know what? Don't worry. And it looks bad. It does. But he's standing with it. He's taking a tough stance.
It's going to be liberty and freedom, that young girls in Afghanistan will have opportunities and the like.
No.
He's like, no, they're not gonna. It's like, yeah, they don't have liberty over there. So it's not that he denies that there's no freedoms over there. It's just like, it's not my business. He accepts it. Scott accepts this wholeheartedly. It's not. It's not working. You reading about Hezbollah? Where are you reading about it? I don't know if I would be able to find that sort of stuff. Although I want to. Have you seen how angry I've gotten just from this debate? Do I really want to do that? I'm just going to go and read my Bible and see about the wars that happened there, and the incest and the rape, all that's in the Bible. That'll be fine. Just Wikipedia for now. Okay. Afghanistan will have opportunities and the like. So he's like, I don't care about. Basically, he doesn't care about Afghan women, guys. The horror.
Young girls in Afghanistan will have opportunities and the like.
No.
No, I don't give a fuck. Bass, ding, 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 ding. It's just gangster music. Like he does not care.
Okay. I don't know what the point of that was.
Okay, well,
I don't know what the point of that was. I know what the point of that was. The point of that is to shame you. The point was, yeah, it was to shame you. Just so you know. You were supposed to go. You were supposed to show yourself as not caring about the Afghani woman, the Afghan woman. You're supposed to shame Scott into wanting America to intervene. But this is kind of like the fatigue thing. He's like, no, I'm sorry. I've had sympathy for these people forever, and I would just like it to go to the fact that we are caring about our own nation. I want freedom for my own people here. And is that so evil and so horrible? I think it's a very realistic thing to do. Why you cry, Hus? What's wrong? I wanted One Piece. I watched One Piece and now I know all about the Houthis. Because it's pirates. Okay. The point of that was to shame you. Okay.
Point of that is that liberty matters around the world, that bin Laden was not provoked by, I don't believe.
Okay, so the point of that is liberty matters. Well, not to him. It matters at home. It matters at home. Liberty matters around the world. No, it matters to Scott. It matters only at home. And the best way to split, the best way to like, I know his answer. I already know his answer, which shows that he has made himself very clear this whole way through. Matters only at home, and the best way to spread it is through example. That's what his thing is. So this counter argument is just feels. And if you believe this, if you feel the same, you'll find this compelling. Liberty matters around the world. Okay, what else? And then he's going to basically repeat himself. Bin Laden was not provoked by, I don't believe, our having some bases in Saudi Arabia. So he's just literally just counter, no, I don't believe that. So he's just, which this gets to, that a lot of the time with a debate, you will get down to which facts you disagree on, and here's the one. These are the facts that you disagree on. Your interpretation of events is this, my interpretation of events is that, and there's not really much we can do beyond this. So it actually, you do get to the core of a disagreement where it is, I believe this, you believe that. And I find that interesting. It's important to do in a debate, to find the lines. I think people think, oh no, you got to change your mind in a debate. It's like, no, if you find the lines, then you find where your opinion lies. It helps you to understand what the available arguments are. It has nothing really to do with changing the participants' minds. It's more about the listeners. Hi, Daisy. Daisy's here to give me love and put fur on my microphone because it's almost time for dinner for her. True, debates is all about the journey. Well, for me, going through these debates, it exposes me to the different arguments and my reactions to the arguments. And then you go, oh, fuck, that's a good argument. And you're like, I guess I have to swallow the discomfort. Most news viewers don't care. Yep, that's true. Okay.
Are having some bases in Saudi Arabia that we'd had for an awful long time.
Okay, we had for an awful long time. Okay, so I'm sure that what he would say is that the longer they're there, the worse the worse it is. Or about us supporting Israel, because that is one of, he's just saying no to your argument. Which has been for an awful lot, had been there for an awful lot. Okay.
Or by our supporting Israel, which had been there for an awful long time.
You don't believe that because you don't know anything about it, I guess. Why don't you?
Awful lot. Wow, this is horrible. He's so angry. I say this is angry because this is because he snaps. He can hardly hold himself together because he just wants to freaking go at Bill here. He's like, you don't believe that because you don't know fuck all about it. You don't believe that because you don't know anything about it. Boom. He's like, I know and you don't. And that's actually what an argument gets down to eventually. If we go to a refined enough point, it's I know this, you don't know this. We get to this. Oh, Daisy say hello. Daisy say hello. I'm on me. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done, baby. Okay. We have 3 minutes. So he's like, don't go read a book, okay? Anything about it. You don't know anything. You got to read this. I guess, why don't you read the Declaration of War from 1996 and 1998, okay? So he has the facts for you. Or, you know what, better yet, read Perfect Soldiers by Terry, okay? He's got proper scorn for this.
You read the Declaration of War from 1996 and 1998, or you know what, better yet, read Perfect Soldiers by Terry McDermott. It's the biography of the Hamburg cell of 9/11 hijackers. Don't interrupt yet. Hang on a second.
He hates him. Don't interrupt yet. Don't interrupt. I'm cooking. Let me cook. I can smell you sizzling, boy. That's all he's going to like. Listen, let me finish because you're gonna love it. Better yet, read The Perfect Soldiers by Terry McDermott. It's the biography of the Hamburg cell, and then there's C.S. Paffy writing. I'm going to read that book. See, love a scratch. Yes, Daisy, love a scratch. Yes. I think I love a scratch more than Daisy, though. I can hardly speak if I'm scratching her. I'm going to let you finish. Yes. Go read Murray's Neoconservatism, Why We Need It, boy. Let me land, yeah. Hamburg cell, 9/11 hijackers. Don't interrupt me yet. I'm going to put this. I'm going to put the don't interrupt me yet. Don't interrupt yet. Hang on a second. The scorn. I'm going to do it again. The scorn. I'm gonna actually put flames. When I go over this, I'll just put flames everywhere. Whenever he says anything, just showing you flames, because you deserve it. Basically, Scott has no love lost for this man because he's got blood on his hands. Is essentially the opinion. Muhammad Atta, the hijacker. So he's just gonna give you more and more examples, boys. Whew, here we go.
Atta, the lead hijacker on September 11th, he joined Al Qaeda, decided to join Al Qaeda and attack the United States when Israel invaded Lebanon in 1996 in Operation.
Okay, that is the way that he did his thing. This isn't a slam dunk. Look, it's over the top, but this isn't a slam dunk for me. It's cool he has a response, but it isn't a huge slam dunk because there are so many different motivations a person can go through for joining to go against America. You're pointing to an individual, and actually after a while, in this context, it's like, yeah, there's one guy. You need to make the whole organization. We're actually talking about a whole organization. So he's like, see, America did basically. Are you saying Muhammad here, or whatever, the lead hijacker on September 11th joined Al Qaeda, decided to join Al Qaeda? Al Qaeda existed, okay, first of all, but apparently that didn't exist before the war. So America made Al Qaeda as well. So there's that, and attacked the United States when Israel invaded Lebanon in 1996. So it's Israel's fault, but also because it's Israel's fault, it's America's fault. Okay, we're just going to ignore all the bombs on the George Washington Bridge, the dancing Israelis, and everything else. The fact is, the hijackers trained on flight simulators and never tried to land. No, but it's because of America. It's just because of America. So you see the reductionism of this argument starts getting in its own way. So this is not the slam dunk. Not exactly. What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting? We remove all motive from people. Obviously, that's not what he's suggesting. Okay. That's just what I'm at. Lebanon, so it's okay. In Operation Grapes of Wrath. So it's like, listen, you see, there was an I gave you facts. This is another thing. Is like, look, I give you facts. Because he has so many, the sheer weight of the facts, because I know the name of the thing. I have so much knowledge that it's very intimidating. And a couple of months later, Osama bin Laden put out his declaration of war, declaring war against the United States. And again, we ignore what he did. We ignore that he has responsibility in that Osama bin Laden has responsibility, but he doesn't care about that responsibility. He only cares about the American responsibility. 160 dead civilians killed by the Israelis. Okay, so he's upset about the Israelis.
Grapes of Wrath. And a couple of months later, Osama bin Laden put out his declaration of war, declaring war against the United States and ranting on and on about the Qana massacre of 106 dead civilians killed by the Israelis hiding in a UN shelter. And that was when Mohammed Atta and his friend Ramzi bin al-Shibh decided they wanted to join Al-Qaeda. They then went and traveled to Afghanistan, met bin Laden, joined the group, and were recruited to carry out the planes operation against the United States of America. So,
yeah. But when you go into that sort of detail, I think you get in your own way. I think you get in your own way with that. I think I need to somehow word that better than just you get in your own way, because you're getting to such a granular point that you're like, what? You're blaming America for this dude over here. I suppose you're trying to say it goes right down to the grassroots. You see. But that's hardly preventable. That's hardly preventable. You could, I don't know, couldn't you go? He was sad at home. His wife was was I don't know, was sleeping with a white man, and like there's so many different things, for different reasons people would join a terrorist organization. Okay, but okay, that still not slam dunk. Getting in his own way with this granular example. He's blaming America for these individual actions. It makes it seem like he expects America to preempt these decisions and not provide any opportunities for anyone to do anything bad ever. That's a bit unrealistic to me, so that's how it gets in its way. We have Muslims here in America. They don't look like Al-Qaeda or Hamas. Why don't they? I don't know. Anything bad ever. So even if you want to pretend to believe that all, okay.
Even if you want to pretend to believe that all bin Laden cared about was that we didn't all want to convert to his religion or something else, his recruitment shtick was these people are hurting our people. Simple as that.
Okay, simple as that. He could say these people are the scum of the earth. These people are unbelievers. These people should be eradicated, though. He could say that. That would be good enough for some psychos. Okay, if you find a guy that's psycho enough, that's a good enough reason. Do you know religion? We fight based on religion all the time. That is humanity. So you just would need to find. You could just find enough radicals. I swear to you. But I suppose it's just that this is the America is guilty of making this appealing. This appeal possible. But the thing is, my question is, how do you prevent this? If somebody wants to go to war with you, if somebody wants to destroy you, if somebody just decides that, could they not find any reason, any motive to recruit? Because that's how propaganda works, right? And lying works. Just as America lies to its people, other leaders can lie to their people. They can also do those things. And you're trying to say America mustn't help them. It's like, yeah, I know America mustn't help them, but you're going so granular to the point that these individuals, it's America's fault that these individuals did this. We're getting kind of to the poverty equals violent crime thing. So I'm a victim of my circumstance. How many people have attacked others that have had zero history of conflict previously? I think that would be zero. Ascribing psychopathy is not useful here. Well, I'm not ascribing it. I'm saying it is possible. You don't need circumstances to avail themselves. If you are crazy enough, you will find a way. You will find a motivation, and you will find a way to make people believe. As long as you make enough people believe, you're good.
Bill?
There have always been injustices in the world which allow evil men to recruit others to work to serve them. I mean, obviously Hitler took it.
Is this not good enough? Is this not a good enough? There, as simple as that. He says there have always been injustices in the world which allow evil men to recruit others to work to serve them. That's still going to happen. So I guess what he wants, what Scott wants, is better. He just wants better from his leaders. In any case. So even though this happens, Scott criticizes the actions of his leaders, regardless of how evil others are. Same thing as Dave. Like it's what Dave did, where he's like, they're my enemies. I already know they're bad, so I'm going to question my leaders. I care about my leaders. You missed me getting really angry and black-pilled, Fishmonger. Is he talking about neocons? I'm sure Scott could tell that. It sounded like the origins of extremism in post-Soviet Afghanistan, or I don't know. There have always been injustices in the world which allow evil men to recruit others to work to serve them. That is my point, really, is that sort of thing. People, psychopath's going to psychopath. I guess it is a very simple answer though, and it's too broad an answer. Okay, 2 more minutes. Come on. I mean, obviously Hitler took advantage of Versailles. I think again that was us stepping back incidentally in 1919. Okay, so this is the practical version of his answer. This is the idea, and here is the application.
Advantage of Versailles. I think, again, that was us stepping back, incidentally, in 1919, not imposing something on as much as maybe we should have to make sure there was a more just peace. The fact that evil men take advantage of past injustices, grievances.
It's true. That's going to happen all the time. But the thing is that Scott is expecting more from you in either case. That doesn't matter. Just because they're doing that does not mean I don't expect better from you. Does not mean that we withdraw and hope that those evil men do nothing evil. And the thing is, he's going to say that is your argument because you don't give us an alternative. You just say, look, they're the reason. This goes back to my frustration with him earlier, where it's like, if we just keep going back and back and back to the causes of everything, we can just point fingers all over the place, and eventually it's like, oh fuck, shit happens, and people do shit, and all different factors come together to make shit. Which also just makes me go, okay. Have we got psychopath in this context? Psychopath as in antisocial, not all focused on power. Being in control of other people, no empathy for other people, just literally being evil is what a psychopath would be. Let's go back to Cain and Abel. There you go. That's what I'm kind of getting at, is like eventually we get back to Cain and Abel. Oh, no. Then eventually we get to the apple. And it's like, okay, now what? Now what do we do? The fact that evil may take advantage of past injustices and grievances, insoluble conflicts, does not mean that we withdraw and hope that those evil men do nothing evil. I don't think that is what he's saying, but let's see.
Insoluble conflicts does not mean that we then withdraw and hope that those evil men do nothing evil.
It means we should stop.
So this is what he's saying. We should stop doing evil things to provoke them. Okay, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Withdrawal, I don't think he means completely withdraw and keep quiet, because he doesn't seem to be. He's not a pacifist.
Stop doing evil and terrible things that provoke them.
We did.
We did.
Well, that's ridiculous. That's where I'm just, okay, fine. I'm just going to say, I do not believe that we did evil things that provoked 9/11.
So he's like, that's ridiculous. Okay, so that is a tactic where you just scorn the person's argument. Okay, I think you're ridiculous. I'm just fine. Okay, I'm just going to say I do not believe that we did evil things to provoke that provoked 9/11. And he goes, okay, thank you both.
Thank you both. That was a good and lively exchange. And
people are laughing because that's it. That's done. He's protecting him. But rather don't. I actually like this with the formal debate where it's just like, you know what? Fine. They've said what they need to say. They're done. We don't get to continue fighting certain fights, because again, like farts. Because again, it would just go around in circles. We don't get the circling that we would in a normal conversational but debate. And then now they're going to go to questions. I think that's a good point for us to end today, because the last thing we'll do is go over the questions tomorrow, and we will be on schedule for having finished another diagram in another week, boys. And that will be a grand old time. It will be earlier. Sorry, did I put the thing? It will be earlier tomorrow, so we'll be back on normal time for normal Thursday, normal morning stream for me. Normal morning stream, 4 hours to get done with the questions part tomorrow. Okay, so, but yeah, this has been rather a slaughter, hasn't it? It's been frustrating. We're not evil, mistakes were made, and it's complicated. That is it. That is basically what he's trying to say. My specific reasoning, okay, refused to negotiate all year, so escalation was the remaining option. Okay, so my thing is, I'm irritated. I hate early streams. They're always finished by the time I wake up. Well, that's fine, because then we can then you can interact with the comment section. It's always interesting to see what you have to say after the stream. Phew. So yes, I'm going to go and read about the strife in the Bible. that'll be a more joyful experience than the past 4 hours. But yeah, I'm definitely on Scott's side in terms of, yeah, this is it's really bad. But in terms of going all the way to the granular and saying that, you know, those people that were recruited, that's America's fault. That's not hitting home for me. I don't know. I need to maybe figure out how I word that. Usually, that's what the. I sent you more tunes on Discord, by the way. Also, you're going to jump on 5 and A soon. Notice Aaron gave you open invites. When did you do that, Creamage? Was that a couple streams ago? I said, like, I don't know. I don't take those. I only take it seriously if they message me and say something, because they're very nice boys. They're nice boys. So they will say, yeah, we should have Kitty on, and like, what are they going to have me on for? And I don't want to intrude. So, not last stream, the second last. Yeah, I think I heard that. But yeah, it's open invitation. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna force myself in there. Yeah, see what happens. They haven't had. Oh, they had Dev on the one time. Anyway, the one time I was on Sitchin Adam, and just a wild mauler appeared. It was quite fun. Anyway, that's the end of it. More tunes from Creamage, guys, and as well. Just so you know, Creamage has given us our outro song. So have a look-see. If you want to go and look at the diagram, here it is in chat. Have a nice life. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Okay, thanks. Bye.
I'm autistic as fuck, and so is Chad.